Hello, everybody. Welcome to Proving Grounds 4. I'm Fusion. I'm joined here tonight by Cirque, and we're going to be watching 19 teams duke it out for the top spot in this double elimination bracket. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, and I've heard it's time to prove those grounds. Thank you for having me. Hope you guys are ready for what kind of action we're about to enjoy for the remainder of the night. Thank you so much for being here. Early risers, you know I love you. Random Joshua, always a pleasure having you here. Pupgun, JPG, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is about to get started. We actually have a match in the works. We do have In Your Walls versus Helios.
Yeah, so this matchup here, I mean, it can be a little bit difficult to remember all of the teams by all of the different names, but so it looks like In Your Walls is some familiar mid-high level players. So we've got Smork, I think. Wait, nope. This is a different match. We're looking at a different match, actually.
Psych. Psych, indeed. It's going to be. Oh, wait. There you go.
Oh.
In Your Walls versus Helios. We're just doing a little bit of a bamboozling, making sure that you guys are paying attention. So yes, exactly as you were saying, Helios got some floops. Astro Beast, Sure Matt v Sorella, and on the other part, In Your Walls, you got Smorg, Silver, Ich, Snoo, and Crimson. Actually, reminding me of a good friend of mine here in Tijuana, Mexico.
Nice. Crimson, I believe, is a Charger. Smork, I think, has been a junior fan for a while. I'm not sure what Silver's going to be on, but I think we can kind of expect like a comp with a backline coming out of them. Helios, on the other hand, I'm not super familiar with, although I believe I actually ran into Floops in solo queue the other day, and they were playing the new Splattershot Pro, the Forge Pro that just came out. So new weapons, lots of different things to try.
Yeah.
So we'll see actually what we get into on Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. Are you familiar with this at all?
Well, one of my favorite modes is definitely Rainmaker. Me being a Splatana Splatana Stamper on the rise. Yeah. I've been trying to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think Rainmaker is the perfect mode for that. I do love going in with the full aggressive options, and you know what? You said it yourself. Like trying new weapons, challenging the meta is definitely something that these teams should be doing, especially now that we're doing some matches in Proving Grounds, where really all you have to do is try your best, learn new things or try new things, hoping that some might stick to the wall and, I don't know, maybe get different or even better results than what you've been expecting from what we've seen from this game so far.
I am also a Splatana Stamper man.
Yes, sir! Yes, let's go!
I've been playing it since day one as well. Rainmaker, I really like for it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them comes out here because, as you said, and like well put at that, so many players have been pulling out the Splatanas ever since a Japanese team won a tournament with 2 Splatana Stampers.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and it's been kind of a big shift, I guess, in the meta, or at least the mentality around what the meta is, because they kind of work counter to the crab tanks that we've been seeing so prevalently. And, you know, anytime you see crab tanks come out, you'll see these come out as well. Of course, it's a very tricky weapon, so we'll see if people lean into that at all. Similar kind of tried and true comp coming out of both sides, interestingly. The double splash with a bucket. No backline, actually, on the side that I could have expected the backline to come out of. But yeah, here we go, hopping into it on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker.
Yeah, full aggression. Excuse me, I have to stop by real quick. Vixie, un saludo, salutations for Vixie, a good friend of mine. And just as they join, everybody tries to huddle around that middle area. You see those crabs already doing a lot of damage on yellow team, while the blue team In Your Walls is doing phenomenally to just push almost very close to break that first checkpoint. Still a decent push that will grant them some leniency when it comes to like being a little bit more patient when it comes to either waiting for the yellow team to regroup or positioning themselves in better angles for them to cover whatever kind of approach Helios will try to make.
Yeah, we saw Sorella there just kind of staring at the checkpoint. just trying to snipe it if anyone made a move, but it was really the crab tank that came out from Snoo, well positioned on that high ground, that let them get in that time. But Helios didn't lose the checkpoint in that situation. Floop's moving up after one pick, looking for another and trying to really bring the momentum back in the other direction, but they're not able to get it.
Oh, there you go. The wipeout. A little late there, almost escaping of certain death, a certain splat. However, it's still great job from the blue team. In Your Walls doing a phenomenal job to just hold that ground down. Look, all of those explosions are going to be pivotal to just keep control of that Rainmaker, as once again In Your Walls is trying for a different push. Of course, the vacuum is going to slow it down, and you got the crab on the high ground, knowing that you can't really challenge it unless you're ready to take a beat down.
Oh yeah, I mean, on Rainmaker, especially now in Splatoon 3, if you don't get that checkpoint, it's not really that much of a push. You can't really get your push started until you get that checkpoint, and Helios has been doing such a great job defending it. Even though In Your Walls has been taking that first bit so easily, they've just been unable to break that checkpoint thanks to all the specials and just really great play coming out. But 2 picks onto Helios.
Yeah, point blank crab has to be very scary right now. Getting some rain out there, charging that shot, knowing that it can afford them a little bit of extra room, a wiggle room for them to play around. But look at this relentless pressure from In Your Walls, not really letting them get any closer, actually forcing them back just a little bit, just enough so that they have a little bit of extra breathing room. But watch out, don't get splatted from behind before you get another wipeout.
Oh my god, Crimson flanked through that left side. They dropped on the left.
Beautiful.
The Rainmaker got pushed back. They got 3 picks out of that. That was huge. And they let the Rainmaker get to the checkpoint. Those quick wipes can be so hurtful on Rainmaker, and Crimson's not done yet. They're just going to keep going into the enemy base and lead the Rainmaker all the way down to the final stretch.
Another wipeout, but yet another push from In Your Walls, doing a phenomenal job to keep a certain dominance all across the board. Right now, Team Yellow, Helios, is trying their best to regain middle ground, which is so important right now because In Your Walls has done a phenomenal job at keeping every single entry covered, and that's gonna be super scary for Helios because they're trying to find a way in, they're trying to get those ones-to-ones, and they're really not getting them, at least not effectively enough so that they can push themselves, still sitting on that 92 percentage.
Yeah, multiple picks going down, 3 down onto Helios. This push is dead in the water. In Your Walls has been holding that checkpoint super strong so far, and they're kind of just solidifying the middle of the map. Once you kind of get that big lead on Rainmaker, you can just play defense. And with the checkpoint not even being broken, you can kind of focus all your defense on that one choke point.
Definitely, and they've been doing so really, like every single time Helios tries to push out, they're still struggling. They find them very, very hard to keep pushing, very hard to find a hole, a crack in their armor. It almost feels like they're In Your Walls, paying homage to their name, just popping out of left and right now, focused on the right side if you look at them from their spawn, while Helios tries their absolute best to try to break that checkpoint. They're just about to do it, and they do get it, but only 30 seconds left. They really need a very aggressive and dominant push if they want to bring it back.
Oh my god, they're threading the needle between 2 crab tanks, managing to sneak it all the way past. The checkpoint's broken, but In Your Walls is going to drop it into that bottom right. That's the farthest place that they will have to push with the Rainmaker. So Helios still has an uphill battle, and it's got to have to start by taking out Crimson stuck in that corner. They finally do that, but with 2 members down, I don't think they even stand a chance. This one looks like it's going all the way back to In Your Walls.
It could definitely be the case, especially once they take control of the Rainmaker. Once again, making sure that the overtime timer gets eliminated. Just like that, In Your Walls gets game number 1 with a dominant fashion, very aggressive when it comes to pushing, but also very intelligent when it comes down to hunkering down, making sure the defense is perfectly covered, and that allowed In Your Walls to pretty much stump Helios's attempts of pushing forward.
Yeah, that push near the end from Helios was really funny. In Your Wall set up those 2 crab tanks next to each other, and they just couldn't hit the Rainmaker. Crab tank is like built to shoot things that are really far away, and the Rainmaker is so close. They just don't have like the focused fire to hit it. So Helios managed to get there, but I think like the big moment of that game was Crimson getting those 3 picks on defense and then leading the team in for In Your Walls.
Yeah, definitely. Also, playing a little bit of the mind games too, right? Going back to what you mentioned about the crab tanks. Well, having 2 in front of you has to be intimidating. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they can shoot you. Just being there, their presence can be a little bit overwhelming. And just like that is how In Your Walls managed to just hold down that fort. Now we're moving on into the Inkblood Art Academy, and one of my favorite, well, my second favorite game mode in the competitive Splatoon, which is Clam Blitz. Always very dynamic, and of course the most important part of this game mode is teamwork, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the objective so just it literally scattered all over the map, you really need to kind of work with your team, especially since whoever has the objective is marked. Everyone can see where they are, similar to Rainmaker. So
yeah,
you kind of need to play around that. But I think Inkblood Art Academy as well, definitely a favorite stage among most players as well. But I'm wondering if we're going to see any kind of change in compositions coming out, because both teams seem to be rolling with really flexible comps, and they played it pretty confidently on both sides.
Yeah, I see you. Definitely the case. Now let's see if they opt for the same kind of composition, being aggressive. They have a charger in there, so that. Oh, but you do have the Splash-O-Matic on the other side. It feels a little bit samey on Helios' side at least. But definitely, hey, it could work now in this new game mode. Let's see if that aggression finally pays out.
Yeah, basically a mirror match of the last one, and we'll see if Crimson's able to do the work they did last time. Again, this match, they find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation with the entire team on them, and they still managed to get a pick out of it.
You gotta be very wary of those buckets of paint, because they can be devastating. Just adding a little bit of extra pressure, getting some looking around, always very important, knowing what you have on your surroundings. Also, being aware that your opponents might push any second just like that. Look at those close quarter snipes that Sorella is getting. Very, very well done to get a few picks just by being on close quarter combat.
Yeah, both teams kind of like taking control of each side of the map, with blue on one side, yellow on the other. Neither team really able to find a way in at this moment. I mean, of course, they need to get those clams before they really are going to decide to move in, but the specials are building up on both sides, and it looks like Helios is actually the one that has more control of the middle of the map, and that pick is just going to, In Your Walls is the one that no. Yes, In Your Walls is the one that had control of the middle of the map, but it's going back the other direction as I say that.
Yeah, it's ever changing right now. It is the blue team, In Your Walls, who's struggling to find a good opening. They do have the turf ink for the majority of their side, but look, this could be a very interesting push. They have the Booyah Bomb to cover, and they do indeed. Helios breaks that barrier with just a small push. 77 is actually doing a very good job. Let's see if they can sneak another clam in while Silver tries to hold it down. They have the crab, knowing that they need to gain control of the turf once again to allow not only mobility, but also ensure a very profitable first pushback.
Really nice shots there from Silver. I have to say, the Crab Tank regular fire is fine, but the Crab Tank like Explosher shot, the AoE, is nuts. It's completely insane, and Silver taking full advantage of that there with that pick. And it's a really nice snipe coming out from the Inkzuka on Helios, as Helios is bouncing back into the middle of the map. But without any clams, they really need to clean up before they get anything going here.
Yeah, they need to be very mindful right now, trying to get the flank, trying to get Crimson off that tower. They get a few jukes after getting that beautiful splat, just making sure that the Super Clam Blitz, the Super Shell, the Super Clam gets destroyed, vanishing into the ink. Right now, Silver struggling, despite the fact that they got the pick. They're still trying to get some ground in which they can either provide some support or find a good opening for that Crab Tank to just pop out and start wreaking havoc.
Oh my gosh, Silver yet again using that shot to get a nice pick. We can see them going in and out of the ball to try and stay invincible as long as they can. These crab tanks wreaking havoc. Unfortunately, Inyurwall is going to lose that crab battle there, but without a power clam, it feels like this push is a little weird. I mean, it's really dominant from Inyurwalls, but the points are still so close. That's going to be a pick back in the favor of Helios. They're going to clean up the rest of the members, and this is a little bit suspicious here.
Yeah, definitely. They did have a super clam just looming there, but unfortunately missing their shot is going to cost them quite a bit, despite the fact that now they've broken the barrier. They don't have a lot of time before that closes back up, and yes, despite a small push, it's going to help them to at least put themselves out there, but now they have to deal with the penalty and of course the great defense that Helios is currently putting out, and especially now that they have the vacuum, just deal with whatever kind of fire Inyurwalls might attempt to put out.
Just the amount of kind of stall coming out from both teams. Once the ink fact runs out, the crab tank comes out. Helios extends the lead a little bit. Sorella coming in with a few more clams, going to send it even further. With only 40 seconds left, this lead, it's enough. It survives one power clam, but it's really going to be all about this defense. Castros getting a really nice pick. That's going to be huge and is going to stall Inyurwalls so much. They're going to have a much harder time taking back this lead now.
Great flanking, great opportunity taken by Castros, as you mentioned. And right now, Helios, not only with the lead, but also taking control of that middle area, which is a clear pathway that they need. Silver trying to sneak by with the clam, but still not being able to push as hard as they need. They do bring a lot of important picks, so this could be it. But it's down on the ground. They do break it. Overtime is going to be do or die. They need to bring every single little clam that they can, and they bring it back once again. Inyurwalls doing a phenomenal comeback, ensuring to get the set into the game 2 into the set. What an outstanding display from Inyurwalls.
We've got like a whole crab platter. We've seen 2 crabs standing next to each other coming out from Inyurwalls like 3 or 4 different times in those 2 games. And it's worked out for them like every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, both those crabs coming in, nobody wants to drop in front of that. And that lets Smork get those clams to finish off that lead. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I feel like Helios ended up, feeling like they were forced to challenge those crabs. And when it comes to overtime, you're on the clock, so you need to make a move whether you like it or not. But of course, there's other opportunities. But Inyurwalls did end up using it really well to take those leads and extend them as far as they could against Helios.
I just need to make sure of something. Is this a all game 3 or is this a best of 3 set?
So this is a best of 3 set. So Proving Grounds is all best of 3 double elimination until I believe winners, finals, losers, and grands. Is best of 5.
Okay, that's perfect then. I just wanted to make sure, because I've been watching some Splatoon myself on my free time, and I've seen like all plays of 3. You gotta play the whole 3 games and all of that. So I just wanted to make sure. So thank you for bearing with me. We do have round 2. So I gotta come back just a little bit. I absolutely love the way that Inyurwalls just brought it back on the last game. Last ditch effort definitely paying off right there, and you gotta congratulate Helios too, because they were playing phenomenally in Clam Blitz. You can tell that their teamwork is on point, but not only defensively but also in the offense, because they took a very early lead quite early on the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I think a lot of people will find is those first picks, those first pushes, they are really important and can kind of determine the momentum of the game. But, the smaller they are, the more dangerous it is.
Right.
Because you get that tiny push in, and then if you commit too hard to it, I think Rainmaker and Clam Blitz are 2 of the most punishing ones, where if you get full wiped, it's very dangerous, and a rebounds push could come the other direction. So, but they did a good job not getting full wiped in those scenarios, not staggering, and they got the scores when they needed.
Definitely, and you could always tell that they were also having fun. We had some Sorella doing insane snipes with the charger, even a close quarter combat, which is super surprising to me. I was reading chat as well, and they were saying like, "Hey, that's a pretty aggressive charger." And if it works, I mean, it doesn't really. You don't really have to play in a certain way, as long as you're effective and that you're helping your team. It's what matters. Of course, there's some more meta-y or more streamlined roles, but hey, as long as you break the conventions, you always might end up getting insane plays, maybe some clips as well. So great job from both teams. I specifically want to make sure that Helios understands that this was a phenomenal set, despite the fact that it went 2-0 against them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams are definitely very strong, as shown by how close those games were between each other. And, Helios is not out yet. This is double elim. It's still a very punishing tournament format, double elim best of 3, but they're not out till it's over. It's not over yet.
That's very reminiscent of Smash, actually. For those of you who are familiar with the competitive rules, it's double elimination, best of 3 for the most part. I mean, it is punishing. You have to play your hardest every single time that you're in a set. So it can be pretty daunting. It can be pretty exhausting. So definitely. You got to commend all of these teams. I see my boy Franco Lorenzo down there in chat. Un saludito. And yes, I agree. In Your Walls is definitely a menacing name. It has to be a little intimidating at least. So I want to take this opportunity to say hello to everybody in chat. Un saludo. Hola, ¿cómo están? Espero que estén disfrutando el stream. I hope you're enjoying tonight's stream. And hey, look, we got the bracket on stream. Let's go.
You'd love to see it. Looks like we have most of the matches in round 2 finishing up now. Looks like we just saw In Your Walls beat Helios. No Mercy versus Crimson Wave still going into game 3. But every single one of these round 3 matches is still waiting on one of the members. So a lot of close sets going on. I think Yamum is one of the teams that we've kind of been...
What do you say?
Tu madre.
Let's go. That took me by surprise, and I like that. And I enjoyed it.
We've been seeing Yamum's been in this tournament a lot, and despite the funny team name, they're a very strong competitor. They're seeded 3 in this tournament, only behind Nightmare and Smoothie maybe? Okay. Smoothie coming off. Yeah, Smoothie is the number 1 seed. Like I said at the very beginning of the stream, Smoothie came off a huge upset in SOS, beating Seafoam, and won that tournament. So they may be the favorites today, but we'll be seeing what happens as we get into the later matches of this bracket.
I gotta tell you, Fusion, I have a sweet spot for Lechonk Supremacy. You can see the team right there, and I think the team name that makes my heart melt the most tonight is going to be Trikitrakatelas. For those of you who don't know, Trikitraques are a kind of it's a Mexican cookie brand. They're like basically chocolate chips. But they're a little bit more crunchy. They're not soft, so they're pretty good. So the joke is Trikitraques is the name of the cookie, and you say like Trikitrakatelas, like saying like sonkers or boinks or something like that. It's a bit of a play on words that has a special place in my heart. Yeah, the names are good. They absolutely are, Franco, and this is exactly what we enjoy being here. Splatoon community, definitely a wild card when it comes to picking their team names.
Yeah, and something, I mean, you'll see like fish or sea themed puns all over the place, of course, but I feel like there were a lot of pickup team names, so just 4 players who sometimes play together, make funny names, and then a lot of those funny name teams just kind of stick together. Like I don't think your mom was supposed to be the team name. It just kind of happened, and a lot of other team names kind of stay the same. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know the lore, but
You don't need lore. You just need to enjoy it. A good team name is one that you don't need to explain
True.
too much. I had to give you context of what Trikitrakatelas meant as a foreigner, as an outsider. But those names, the team names that don't need any explanation, are the ones that stick the most. And maybe, I don't know, they get some secret team synergy, either by the memes or by a good team that just sparks either creativity or, I don't know, maybe some sick plays that it just motivates people to play better. You really never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see who is on those teams that we mentioned, because some of them I am familiar with and others I am not.
Yeah, a lot of the new teams get built around. Hold on. I need to read this. If that's what a good team name is, what do you want ours to be? Moai SADCV. Okay, so I've been trying to get into competitive Splatoon, and I'm trying to force my team or my to-be team to be called Moai SADCV, which means like limited. Like the SA of CV is a Mexican business nomenclature. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But hey, look at that. We got Crimson Wave versus Trikitrakatelas. Apparently, it could be the case, and that is going to be the case. Also, what is with this team logo? I hate it here. Save me, Fusion.
We got the
El Changuito, the monkey. I approve. The I approve monkey. I hate it here. I hate them already.
I'm not super familiar with that, but I think Crimson Waves. You go.
It's a burnt meme. No, just ignore it.
Crimson Waves, I think Popgun even sounded a little bit surprised about why this was going to Game 3, because I think No Mercy plus sub is Seed 4, and they got beaten by Crimson Waves here, who's Seed 13. I have not seen too many of these players recently. I remember a while ago I saw Luna in competitive, but seems like they've been working their way up after a very nice win, but they're going to be up against a very strong team here. Trikitrakatelas is no joke.
Actually, yeah, Nikaido is. I've seen them fight. I do believe they're a Charger main. They're absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure what's their nationality specifically. I know they're from LATAM because I was doing some commentary for the Spanish league Latin American league that was just a couple weeks ago. Actually, it ended. So it was very surprising to see how. Well, I guess it's not too surprising anymore. A lot of the Latin American teams are definitely proving why they're so. You gotta pay attention to them, right? You have to be very wary of their play style, and I think it comes to show that the Mexican competitors can be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, quite unfortunate. Wrong teams. Seems like we had a whole plan. Everything was planned out, and then Crimson Waves won, and suddenly the plan's ruined. Everything is in shambles. But I wonder who we will be seeing though, because we have quite a set of picks coming up here.
Yeah, a lot of couple options. Every single team has something. Hey, we got your mom. We got your mom and boys who cry, which, by the way, it is perfectly acceptable. Crying is definitely something super healthy, and I'm glad that boys who cry embrace it. I don't know, maybe this powers them up.
I'm not familiar. Oh, okay, wait. Seems like I'm not familiar. Okay. See, sometimes players do this thing where they change their name in the tournament, even though they have, even though they're really well known by a certain name. So it seems like Boys Who Cry has. So this is apparently Muffin Man, Cornelius III, Rubert, and Control. But after looking at Battlefy, it looks like Rubert is Ruichar, and Control is Ignite. So a few really good players hiding under these aliases.
Is that smurfing? That's illegal.
Illegal.
Either way, your mom has every single bit of advantage here because I mean they got more people if they want to swap out, if they want to I don't know fix their composition. They have a few compositions that they can play around with, whereas Boys Who Cry have to play with their 4 competitors. It could be could be detrimental. Maybe they're super used to playing together. Right now, we have Splat Zones in Mako Mart. Remember, this is going to be a best of 5, so whoever wins 3 of these 5 games in the set is going to be the winner. Now, in Mako Mart for Splat Zones, you know that there's going to be a mess everywhere. And those alleyways, those side paths are going to be extremely important when it comes to either flanking or finding a good path to either stump your opponent as they try to reclaim the middle ground, or if you want to use it to just come out of the corner and splat them, just as we saw earlier in your walls, jumping from out of nowhere and getting splats left and right.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just going to be a lot of chaos going on towards the middle of the map here. I think Yamama will probably pull out the Charger. Power is known for the Charger for sure. So that's definitely an option. Of course, those flanks are definitely going to be a big way in to get onto the 2 stacks, but one on each side of the map. And that's kind of where a lot of players will end up setting up. So taking control of the enemy one of those is going to be key to winning this game.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for being patient with us. We have a match. We have a Charger. We have the Tentatek splatter shot. We have some sloshers. Actually, the composition seems quite similar, actually. The only difference being the Squelcher Dwalies and, of course, that Splash-O-Matic.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of those Squelchies. The Wavebreaker is particularly good on Splat Zones just because you can clear out that small area, which is all you really need. But already Yamum clearing so much space in the middle of the map, but they got to watch out for that flank. Oh my goodness, Hope doing a 180 and able to get a pick, able to get a second one. Wow, crazy awareness from Hope and crazy reactions to get those 2.
And absolutely pivotal as well, because that allowed Yamum, the pink team, to just a certain dominance on the Splat Zone. Really, that's not gonna last for too long, because just like that, Boys Who Cry rush in to try to stop their advances. That clock ticking down is now on the green team's favor, making sure that nobody gets close and covering every single option, just trying to sneak by those Booyah Bombs, ensure that the displacement happens. However, still looking quite even, at least on the remaining points for both teams.
Yeah, we kind of saw the first thing that Yamum did was try and get power up into this position here. From here, they're able to watch that middle of the map. They see that one flanking and a really nice snipe. Even with all that tricky movement, Power is still able to find it, and it looks like they're going to be setting up a hold here.
Yeah, the micro spacing on that shot, you gotta love it. A good Charger is one that doesn't need to aim down in order to get those picks, those splats, and just like that, they're trying to force Boys Who Cry away, and it's ticking down. Only 20 ticks, 20 units down in order to win. The Booyah Bomb is going to challenge the green one, and it's just going to cook it, waiting for them to get closer, and gets a phenomenal dual splat with a beautiful display of not only awareness, but also dominance for the Yamum in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, well, that Booyah Bomb was just so well placed. I kind of love the plays you can do when the time's ticking down at the end of the game, because you know the enemy team is going to push in, so you can kind of cover options before they even make a move. So it's pretty interesting. Really strong showing there. Boys Who Cry definitely absolutely no joke of a team, but Yamum able to shut them out for the most part.
You gotta love it. I've told you, the power of the names definitely showed up in this first game. Now we're gonna move into tower control. I gotta be honest with you, Fusion, I struggle a little bit with tower control. The fact that middle pillar is always very hard to... as a Splatana Stamper, I suffer from this quite a lot. I just can't get the hit on the opponent as they're hiding behind that middle pillar. of the tower. So let's see if they can find a good way to either circumvent this issue that plagues me, or if their teamwork is going to ensure that Boys Who Cry struggle to find some footing on that middle tower.
Yeah, I think something we've been seeing a lot on this map in particular, on tower control here, well, I suppose on other modes as well, especially Clams and Rainmaker, but it's kind of a win condition to try and get your Splash-O-Matic, your Crab Tank user, up onto the enemy bridge. You can actually see the bridge right in the example image for the mode. Well, if you get your Crab Tank up there, you can kind of lock the enemy into your spawn. So getting a Crab Tank up there is able to clear a lot of space towards the at the very start of the game.
Yeah, you gotta be very creative when it comes to positioning yourself in this map. Eeltail Alley has a lot of vantage points, and of course, depending on the mode, you either have to rely on the bridge or the other vantage points that you have on the peripherals, really, the side areas of the map. There's a lot of boxes, there's a lot of scaffolding that you can use to pretty much position yourself if you have either a charger or a long-range weapon. As you very accurately mentioned, a Crab Tank, of course, is going to get the job done. So let's see how Boys Who Cry adapt into this new game, or if your mom is going to keep with that momentum that they pretty much established from the first game.
Yeah, we'll see. Swap over to the shorter range charger for power, but it looks like Rupert is going to be sticking with that E-liter as they pull out the same comp. I think that 52 gal is a new addition as well.
Yep.
So that aggressive shooter with that splash wall could do a lot of work here as both teams begin to fight for that middle of the map.
I gotta tell you, I'm excited to see how both of these chargers are going to duke it out. Who has the best aim? It's going to prove a very important asset in both of these teams. And despite the fact that one is going to be with the E-liter and the other with the splatter scope, I believe, is going to determine who gets the most advantage. Right now, holding control of that middle area is going to be pivotal. It is Rupert who tries to make a path while their teammates either try to fight or defend that line, which of course is going to prove impossible now that Yamam is starting to push, despite the fact that they're stuck still by the middle.
Yeah, we saw actually, here's that Crab Tank from Hope over on that high ground, but they're not able to get it in this situation. Not aware of that splatter shot, not able to turn quite quickly enough, but Control not able to get any more work done than that. Power's going to shut that down quickly as this push is going to actually continue. Cornelius, the Squelchy, is going to be kind of stuck over on the other side of mid as the ink fact comes out. And, despite everything happening, Yamum is continuing to push this tower.
Yeah, Power doing a phenomenal job at switching up on the moment where it was needed the most, making sure that those snipes were ready, but with that vacuum, they were able to push on further and still pushing on that checkpoint. Only 7 seconds left, but Hope opts for a better option, which is repositioning. You gotta cover for your friend, and they do get not only that, but also a splat as the tower makes his way back down into the middle. Hope struggling to get up there, and I mean, we've all been there. We've all been that person getting up on that tower. Can be pretty tricky sometimes.
Oh, but those two quick picks. This Cornelius on the Squelchies moving all the way up onto this bridge. It's going to be very hard, and the tower is just going to kind of move up for free behind them. But as that's happening, it looks like the tower rider gets kind of picked off. So some of that aggressive pressure is going to have to back up and try and hold that tower. So they're going to roll into that final checkpoint, they're going to roll towards that final checkpoint, but it looks like the push is slowly losing that momentum.
Definitely. Great Booyah Bomb to stop them exactly as you mentioned it. This is a one-on-one, but a beautiful display from Muffinman. He can get a triple. Yes, they do get the triple, albeit with a trade. That's still going to prove incredibly useful for Boys Who Cry, now making an advance into the last checkpoint. Let's see if they can break it. It seems that is going to be the case, and with the wave breaker, they ensure a very aggressive push as we get closer to the last few inches that this tower can move forward, but that is going to be stopped by a beautiful defensive display of Yamum. But wait, not quite yet. The last couple pushes almost brought it over to the goalposts.
a super great push coming out from Boys Who Cry there. But yeah, taking it all the way down to 3 is a heck of a lot of work. But Boys Who Cry isn't out of it yet. This is definitely a map that can snowball, so they need to be extremely careful of who they let into their base at all. But they're doing a great job shutting it down so far, taking out 2 members of Yamam.
Yeah, also Yamam still has a lot of extra time to play around with. They do need to make sure to ensure pathways or at least dominance. Watch out, that crab tank was in peril, but Ruber just menacingly looking at them, gets a second shot on it. So that means that it's just about to break. 1 minute left. The tower is moving back down into the middle, and still the yellow team, Yamam, struggling to find solid footing for it to push effectively, because right now it is Boys Who Cry who's doing a phenomenal job at keeping defense as high as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So just down to power and hope on the side of Yamam as they get forced to back up here. A nice pick. But they're going to need more than that to really take this out, and Ruber's going to shut that down before anything comes of it. And Boys Who Cry is just cleaning up this middle of the map, playing defense around that tower the best they can.
Definitely, they do have to play around those crab tanks, the booyah bombs, every single thing they have at their disposal. I don't know, the special could have proved very useful for a last-second push, especially in overtime. So now they gotta focus on charging those specials up. Once again, this could be it. They need not only to hold this tower, they need to break 2 checkpoints with only the overtime timer allowing them to do so. So let's see if they can make it. If this booyah bomb allows it, they could be able to push into the finishing line.
Oh my gosh, they got someone up into that top left. That's such a huge area, but they all left the tower. Oh my gosh, that clutch pick on the tower is going to keep it rolling. That's 3 down. It's just Ruber who's trying to rush the tower, and they get taken out. Yamam takes it back all the way.
What? Fusion, you called it. There was not a single moment in which Boys Who Cry had it easy. Either, despite the fact that they were 3 units away from winning, still you called it. You can slow ball in this map, and of course in this game mode, and Yamam demonstrated it with a last ditch effort that played so well in their favor. Of course, it was a little tricky by the end. They almost ran out of time, but they all pulled through by the last opportunity to not only bring this back, but it was with accompanied by a wipeout. And Fusion, you love to see those.
You do love to see it. I mean, that's definitely one of the best additions to Splatoon 3. Kind of gives you that extra dopamine hit after you get a couple picks. Tells you when to push up. It's just a really good thing all around. A lot of fun. And it's great. I mean, that was such a good comeback from Yamam there. Yes. Though that one bit at the end where 2 of them went into the top left and no one was on tower, that gave me a bit of a heart attack. They nearly lost it there, but they managed to get those picks and play keep away for long enough.
I need to pick your brain, Fusion, a little bit because I have bad memory. I don't know if you remember. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you remember how many points, like how hard was that pushback? Were they like a 70, 80? It was not a 90, right? That's impossible.
Gosh, I don't remember what they were at. They were like at... they must have been at like 70 or something.
70, 60, right? Yeah.
They broke the first check, I believe.
That's true. Yeah, they broke both checkpoints on the same push. That's gonna be at least a 50, a 60. So that was an insane pushback. 58. There you go. Thank you, production. Thank you, Walkie, for letting us know. So it was a 58 push with both checkpoints, with the whole team of Boys Who Cry hunkered down, and still they got it with a wipeout. So now that we're going into the potential last game of this set, Yamam is going to have to force a Rainmaker situation in Undertow Spillway. Fusion, let us know, how do you feel about this stage with this game mode in particular?
This is a weird game mode. I personally like it. I think it's really interesting, but people have a lot of mixed feelings about this stage, but I like it a lot. I think it's cool, and you know, while the 2 Rainmaker pads are very different and very far apart, they serve different purposes. You've got the quick push on that right side, to try and get a quick dunk or the kind of slow methodical push that can give you more points after the checkpoint here. As we see similar things coming out on not quite on both sides. Goodbye Charger, hello Double Machine. We'll see those double fizzies for the quick Rainmaker pops, I'm guessing, but here we go. It looks like Boys Who Cry is a little bit mad.
Definitely, they gotta be after that bit of a huge comeback from your mom, and yes, definitely opting up for the heavy hitters. They have two sloshers waiting for them. I don't know, maybe warning your mom that they're going with full aggression, knowing that they can put a lot of pressure on their teammates. Hope trying to get something out with the crab tank, but that's not going to be the case. Boys Who Cry already breaking the first checkpoint, assessing themselves 40-point lead, at least from what we've seen so far, getting those displacements booyahs just to make sure that the ground is covered for your mom to try for the pushback for this second opportunity with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, good awareness there from Boys Who Cry. They're realizing they don't quite have the momentum and control to get too many points on the board, so they opt for that quick checkpoint break on the right side instead of going all the way around that left. And now Power actually finding themselves as the last one up as the Rainmaker, and that Booyah Bomb is not going to take them out. Just barely managing to dodge that. While that whole thing is going on, Yamum is cleaning up that middle of the map and finally actually clearing a lot of space, a heck of a lot of space, possibly even enough to get a push started of their own.
Yeah, they should take advantage of Boys Who Cry, who are repositioning themselves. They just spawned, so this could be a good opportunity, and that is going to be the case. Power trying to make a path for themselves. Careful those fizzies, as you mentioned, trying to make that advance as hard as possible. This could be a great push. Oh, getting those ankles broken, but not quite enough to break the first checkpoint. This ensures a good opportunity for Boys Who Cry to assert a little bit of more dominance or control as he is currently the Rainmaker holder. So with those explosions, forging a path is imperative in order to just keep asserting dominance, because let's face it, those scoreboards are not too distant from each other, and that could be dangerous, as we saw from the previous games.
Yeah, Yamum, I really like the way they pushed in that last opportunity there. They saw three members of Boys Who Cry on one side of the stage, and they instead pushed the Rainmaker in the opposite direction and used their specials and positioning to just keep them away for as long as they could.
Wow.
Hope getting 2 picks, another one getting cleaned up. Oh no, but they grabbed the Rainmaker in front of the last member. That's going to be huge for slowing their momentum down, but they still might be able to break the check. No, not yet.
Great job from Boys Who Tried to stop them just as they were trying to slam dunk on that Rainmaker. Careful with the Trisuka, can be super deadly, and in some cases it was once again Control going for the aggressive push. Both of them trying to hunker down on Hunty, who's trying to face 2 opponents at the same time. It's always hard to do, so the Rainmaker back into the middle. The bubble has been popped, so that Booyah is going to ensure either a displacement or a safe option for them to either push on their opponents as they are cornered, but look, forcing Control out of that area and forcing them to relocate thanks to that crab tank.
Yeah, 2 members down. Control's the only one on the left side. If they clear them out, they might have a clear path in, but they need to stop Control from rushing in. Control gets 1-2 picks, clearing out the middle of the map. That's going to be huge and stop any push from Yamum from coming there. But yeah, still a lot of fight for the middle of the map going there. As Clef fights for their life with Booyah right behind the wall, but they're still going to be able to toss it. But still, it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah. Using the Booyah Bomb to just try to pop that bubble instead of, I don't know, forcing a little bit of displacement on their opponents. We've been seeing a lot of one-on-ones, a lot of pressure is getting thrown out, forcing a lot of people to just relocate. They do have the Rainmaker. Power is going to try to sneak by uncontested, but he's on their own, still manages to break the checkpoint, and that is, unfortunately for them, not enough to gain the lead. Still 1 point behind, and Rupert doing a phenomenal job at getting splats, but getting splatted themselves as they tried to keep on forcing that pressure that they were putting on into Yamam.
gosh. Yeah, at this point, Yamam just needs to pop it and take it like 1 point. They just need to do that. But it looks like Boys Who Cry is going to opt to try and leave the Rainmaker in place, make it hard for the Yamam to pop it at this point. The machine's in such a good place to stop that from happening. They're sitting in the corner. They're going to just camp that Rainmaker till the very end and double Booyah Bomb it for good measure.
Great job from Boys Who Cry, just acknowledging that they didn't have to do anything else other than play a defensive strat at that point. Even blowing on the bubble, so to speak, or inflating it a little bit further, so that way Yamam had a harder time popping it back in time. Very unfortunate for them. Momentum could shift. This is do or die for Boys Who Cry. We're moving into one of my favorite game modes. We have Clan Blitz in Museum del Foncino. So it could be this could be do or die for them, as I mentioned. And we saw just how in an aggressive setting, I mean, we just saw it on Rainmaker, Boys Who Cry still have a fighting chance. So maybe on Clan Blitz, they do bring it back for a game 5 in this set.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, both those games 2 and 3 were just down to the wire. But we say very offensive games, but it looked like they were playing defense that entire game. Boys Who Cry broke that check and then just played an unbreakable defense for the rest of the entire game. It was kind of crazy. But this is definitely a map where it's also very hard to get in. Pretty similar. But yeah, we'll see what happens here, as there's going to be a lot of very dangerous fights going on around the spinners, those big obstacles on each team's plat. So
you never know what to expect in Clan Blitz. That's the thing. I completely agree with you. The fact that those rotating areas are going to be extremely important to either find a good flanking opportunity, maybe set some traps. Like, you really never know how it's going to play out. Despite the fact that this game mode is focused on going into your opponent's spawn, playstyle can differ, and of course, different strategies, as you very accurately mentioned. Instead of going for an aggressive playstyle, maybe the defensive one is going to play out the best. We've seen Boys Who Cry, who's done a phenomenal job doing exactly that. However, they are on a deficit when it comes to game points in this scoreboard. So I don't know. Maybe playing defensively could be a bit of a risky move, but if they get an early lead, just like they did in Rainmaker, it could very much prove in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing that double machine again, because that doesn't seem to be their mains, but it seemed to have been working for Boys Who Cry here.
That's true.
I think that's going to be kind of a big determiner and like how the momentum of this game is going to go, because chargers on this map are very powerful. We do see that charger coming back again with the squeezer as well. So interesting. A lot of range, so much range going out of Boys Who Cry there, as they think they can win with a different strategy than they had last time, and that might have just been a more kind of situational map-based pick.
I like it. Yeah, the Squelchies. Oh my god, great shot from Ruber, just making use of that E-leader all once again, getting a lot of pressure against Orange Team Yamam, and they don't have a super clam in order to break it, but they quickly, with the beautiful teamwork, make sure to relay all of the little clams in order to transform them into the barrier breaker, which allows them to assess to themselves a first huge lead. That's 32 points down, and if they sneak by, they could even increase it, but that's not going to be the case. What do you think, Fusion? Shall we play defense now, or are they going to keep on pushing?
Oh yeah, I mean, not too big a push, but I think, this is a map where you really need to make your pushes count. It's difficult to get in, and it's easy to get in with just one clam. We kind of need to see Yamam get in with multiple clams, as they seem to be doing just that. 16 clams, 17 clams on the board. They're pushing in. They get multiple picks. Hunty trying to make it in. The Booyah comes in. A splash wall is going to open the gate even more, and this is a huge push coming in from Yamam.
Wow. Beautiful indeed. Your mom still relaying those little clamps, making sure that the advantage that they get is as high as possible. Watch out, Power. You don't want to get flanked. And just like that, Muffin Man gets the splat, especially with the squeezer, making sure that the range is at the maximum so that they are mildly contested. But that is not going to be a challenge against Power's E-Leader, taking once again another splat for themselves.
There are a few players who you chase into a corner and then you start playing defensively against. Yeah. And Power is one of those players with that Respawn Punisher Charger, trying to make Muffin Man regret ever facing him. As already Yamam coming back for yet another push. Not quite enough claims to make it work just yet, but they're just keeping up the pressure as best they can.
You gotta love how Hope is just hunkering down on that crab tank, making sure that the middle is not only controlled, but also forcing their opponents back into their spawn. Rupert with a phenomenal splat, but gets splatted themselves. That's what you get by being spending too much time in your opponent's spawn area, so to speak. This is not spawn per se, but it could be considered their play area of sorts. So you have to be very wary of your surroundings, stepping on the mine, which is something that we don't get to see a lot. It's definitely going to make them rethink, or at least watch their step as they move forward.
Yeah, absolutely controlled, building up that ball on the right side. It looks like Boys Who Cry trying to get those clams they need before they do anything here, but that pick's going to make them change their mind. Decide, now is probably not the right time. We gotta wait till we get that pick. We see that Inkzuka they were charging. They're looking for a pick off of that. They're just waiting for that to happen, but before that happens, a very nice Booyah Bomb from Hunty is going to clear that out, as already members of Yamam making their way back into mid, clearing all the space they need, and they're just kind of holding on at this point, playing as best a defense they can.
Now this is super scary because they have a couple power clams under their power. Yamam still struggling there because even though they had a huge window of opportunity, they found themselves cornered against Boys Who Cry, who are just going for the aggressive options, trying to go for the squid search there to try to distract them, or at least tank some of that fire that were thrown their way. Still unable to do so, not being able to break the barrier once again. So we're going back into neutrality, both teams trying to figure out which path is the best, but you don't want to cross lines with those with that laser of the Leader 4K.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with all the leader picks going on, I think we need to talk about the defense from Hope. Stop that power clam from getting in. It's just one clam and like 3 individual clams. I think that Boys Who Cry needs to take the lead. Any pick is going to be very dangerous for Yamam. They need to be careful that they don't all group up in this situation. As the Zuka comes out, it gets one pick. Control looking for even more, not able to find it, but the 2 power clams come in. The picks start coming in. That Fizzy Bomb, extremely dangerous, but the push is just going to keep coming. And it looks like they're going to take back the lead.
They do get it. This could be a game changer for Boys Who Cry. With only 5 seconds left, it means that Yamam needs to bring this back into a possibility. Overtime timer is going down, and you know that the pressure is going to pile on because, as I mentioned, it seems that we could be going into a game 5 if Boys Who Cry manage to hold this down. They do have an opportunity. Hunty is trying to find an opening, and he's going into the mount. They shoot the shot, break the barrier. They just need a couple clams into that area. Gets a super jump into the big one, and that is going to be it. Yamam with an insane clutch comeback once again. Make sure that the set is finally over, Fusion.
Yeah, wow. Extremely close games. Every single game. Every single game so close despite that all happening. But Yamam does end up coming out as the victor in this situation. We saw them kind of set up that push near the end. Yeah. We saw them push in and get a couple clams in. Not quite enough, but they had that power clam. Power jumped in with that. They had been planning that, it seems, that entire time, realizing they needed that jump in to get that lead, and they got close enough to the basket to make that happen. So Yamam ends up sending the boys home in tears as they end up winning this game here.
Yeah, no mercy, no fear. Yeah, Mom definitely with a great call to just super jump back into the action, knowing that the Super Clam was ready to the Power Shell. Sorry, was ready to just break that barrier once again. Well, not break it, but like get some the necessary points to just bring this game back. So yeah, definitely great job from both teams. Actually, love the way that Boys Who Cry played. They showed that they still had some work to get done as a team, but definitely their individual playstyles shown that they really have every single thing in their favor to just keep on working, keep on trying, and find themselves back into another proving grounds next time. I do believe they were in. Yeah, it's still they were still in winners, right? Or
yes,
yeah. So they still have another opportunity in the losers side of the bracket. So it's still, as you mentioned earlier, still opportunities for them to play their hearts out. But now they're gonna do it from the loser side.
Yeah. Unforgiving tournament format, but that's what this tournament's all about. This is proving grounds. If you've got a score to settle, if you want to prove your skill, this is the place to do it. So that was winners quarters, and next we will be seeing winners semis on the opposite side of the bracket.
So, wait. Well, I got confused there. What?
Sorry, that was winners quarterfinals, and we're going to be seeing winners semifinals next. So it's going to be Smoothie versus the winner of Crimson Waves and Trikitrakatelas.
Yes. There you go. But they're still in the match, right? So we gotta wait a little bit, or
we do have a moment before they finish their match, probably.
All right, perfecto. So in the meantime, we can have a bit of a conversation with everyone here in chat. Hope everybody's having a great time. Hope you guys are enjoying the matches that we are that these teams are bringing for us to enjoy, and of course for Fusion and I to commentate. I would love to see Trikitrakatelas on stream, but that's going to be up to them whether that becomes a reality.
Yeah, it's going to be up to them. They're up 2-0 in this situation. They just have one more game, and they'll be sealing their path into semifinals. But Crimson Waves, of course, coming off a couple very strong wins here. So it could go either way. How's your night going, Cirque?
I'm doing phenomenally. I actually had some dinner earlier, and I felt like, you know what? It's been a while. I gotta be honest with you. I'm on a commentary break, both from Smash and Splatoon. But I couldn't resist being here on Proving Grounds. It's a lot of the work that IPL has been putting out is absolutely outstanding to me. So it's always a pleasure being here, being able to just shout at the community, shout at whoever my co-commentator is gonna be. So it's always a pleasure having you here. It's been nice doing commentary with you as well, Fusion. You're very knowledgeable as well, and I'm having a blast myself.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun commentating with you so far, but we're not quite done yet. We're just stalling for time.
In the meantime, everybody in chat, make sure to root for whoever you think is going to win. Remember that you can use the bracket command in order to take a look at what's happening there. I did it for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. Just click on that link if you want to make sure that you are always in the loop of what's happening, whether it's on the loser side of bracket or, yeah, you're welcome, Joshua, whether it's on the loser side of bracket or the winning one. There seems to be a very high probability that we are going to be seeing Trikitrakatelas versus Smoothie, but because at least so far from their score, it seems that they're still 2-0. So that will be in their favor for now. But as you very accurately mentioned, Fusion, that could change. It's always the ever-changing nature of Splatoon, especially now that we're in the new era, right? A new season. The chill season has brought a lot of new things, not only new weapons, but also new animations as well. The winning animations, they're super nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've been I've been using the chilled out one, just like the I need a jacket one.
Okay, nice.
Which one's
I haven't unlocked any of the new ones. I don't think. I haven't been playing too much. In all honesty, I've been trying to focus on my daily routine, so to speak, and especially now that I'm on a bit of a vacation from work, I gotta focus on the content creation, preparations for the 2023. Which is very packed with commentary for me, which I'm extremely grateful for. But yeah, I'm still quite excited about what's new to come in this new year. Not only for Splatoon, but for the announced games that we have for the Nintendo Switch. I'm extremely excited about Mega Man Battle Network. I'm an old kind of geezer, so I miss my Game Boy Advance games, so I'm excited for that one.
Setu was trying to sell me and I think Lux on Mega Man Battle Network. I've never played it.
It's really good. It's really good. It can be a little slow at some parts, but it's so good.
I've like heard good things about it, but that was like a long time ago, and I have like a backlog of games, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many good things to play. There's so many new games coming out next year. There's the Breath of the Wild one. There's the Pikmin 4. A lot of really cool games coming out on the Switch.
Yeah, Sam Gaming saying Fire Emblem Engage for them. I mean, yeah, I'm actually considering getting it. I did play Three Houses. I did play, my favorite one is always going to be Fire Emblem Awakening. So wait, I look away. Are we talking about Mega Man? Yes, Popkin. I'm trying to convince Fusion to play and buy Mega Man Battle Network as it comes out in April. Should be fun. It's a good game to like go to bed and chill, play a little bit until you fall asleep. That's my take. At least that's my plan. As soon as it releases.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good games to just take the Switch and play in bed. That's like my favorite part of it. Splatoon is unfortunately not really one of those games.
No.
But especially if you use motion controls. But
yeah,
there's a lot of really cool games you can do on the Switch.
Yeah, you gotta try hard. No, I think you if you're gonna play Splatoon, at least this is my approach to pretty much everything. Either Smash, Splatoon, Rivals of Either. I have to try hard. I have to be sitting on my desktop and give my full attention, just like the kind of full attention that Smoothie versus Trikitrakatelas deserves as they are getting ready into this game of winner semifinals. We are about to get started. We have tower control on Inkling Art Academy. This is once again a best of 5 fusion.
Yeah, so Smoothie, as I said way earlier, they're coming off of a victory in SOS just this Wednesday. So
nice.
Coming off a really strong performance, and Trikitrakatelas is like rising wave pickup thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of very strong players on their side as well. Don't know too much about what we're going to see, but we will be seeing Tower Control Inkblot, which we have not seen yet tonight.
I just know that Nikaido loves chargers. I hope they don't I hope they don't make me look bad by not bringing a charger this time around. But I do believe Nikaido loves those chargers, and they're pretty good, really. So let's take a look. Smoothie has a lot of players at their disposal. They have GG's Dan, C9 Vala, Lost, Haya, Boopy. Don't save her. Yeah. Cactus. Okay.
Don't save her. What?
In the other side, we got Trikitrakatelas with Nikaido, Fear, One Shot. I assume I hope they also bring a charger, and Cass, of course. That I gotta bring attention to the Trikitrakatelas team logo. That is the approved monkey meme. It's a bit of a refried, deep fried memes, I guess, from the Mexico scene. At least that's what I've seen that all the Zoomers around me are using. So I'm old. So definitely something that you need to keep track of. Those are the kind of degenerate players that are so hard to figure out their playstyle.
Yeah, it can be really difficult to just kind of figure out like play styles and stuff of everyone you're up against. Like while it's happening, especially in such a fast-paced game.
Yeah.
So, man, yeah, this could go really either way in this situation. But Smoothie has been just on the rise recently. It's been kind of crazy. They've just been like, people have been like, I don't know any of these players, but they won SOS against like all of these teams that we know. So
you'll know them. Yeah, you'll
exactly.
know them eventually.
They won't be players you don't know for very long.
For sure. So taking advantage of the waiting time that we have, Jonas Abound. How's it going? It's going flawlessly. We're getting into this winner semifinals best of 5. Hope you're ready. Baba Do Boopy, Blasters, Lost, Lay, Cactus. Oh, okay. Wait. So is that the team? Is that Smoothie? It kind of looks like it. Like Cactus, Boopy. In chat, Lost. Yeah, they're in chat active while they wait. So now that we have a match, there you go. I like that. Not only being active in chat, but also being active in their matches. We have a Squeezer, we have a Splash-O-Matic, we have a couple interesting weapons, and I do believe that was Nikaido with the no, never mind. That is the one shot with the E-leader. So it's interesting because playing homage to their name, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think something I'm really excited to see is that Carbon Roller coming out of Lost. That's one of their kind of signature weapons, and we haven't been seeing actually that much of the new Carbon Roller with Burst Bomb, Ink, Zuka. Very strong combo coming out, but Trikitrakatelas just putting on a lot of pressure here at the start of the game, taking out multiple members, getting the tower through that first checkpoint, and already moving it up towards the second. Just so much pressure coming out all at once here.
Es que I gotta tell you, the Mexican players, the Latin American players are a beast of themselves. Like, not only in Splatoon, in Smash, in every fighting game, they're just absolute dominant players. And just like that, Trikitrakatelas just already brought down that second checkpoint down, getting dangerously close to the final one. At least a very decent push ensures that they have a very early lead. And as the tower recedes back into the middle, it doesn't seem that the blue team under Trikitrakatelas' name is going to allow that to happen any further.
Yeah, they're just continuing to put on all that pressure. That bubble comes out in desperation, trying to stop things from turning from bad to worse. But the tower just keeps moving on forward. One shot just holding their ground here and just trying to control all the area they can. And the rest of the team is doing such a great job controlling that top area, getting all the way back to that third checkpoint again.
Yeah, One Shot doing a phenomenal job at holding that tower down. Unfortunately, finds its doom with that splat bomb, but that's quickly fixed by Morsa, who is doing a phenomenal job at making sure that they get a relay. You know, like they're ready to either stop whoever's trying to stop them as they claim that last checkpoint and what it seems to be the last couple inches of this game number 1.
My goodness. That game was just all Trikitrakatelas. They just moved the tower in and they did not let up one bit. Smoothie just found themselves on the back foot from like 5 seconds in.
It's hard. It's really hard because at this point you could tell that not only were they oppressive, but they also felt very well coordinated. And I gotta tell you, Fusion, that's the scariest part when you're fighting a team, especially in bracket, right? In the tournament, because you could tell that it doesn't matter what you do. They're ready to either cover for whatever role they gets displayed. In this case, for example, One Shot was making sure that the tower kept always moving. As soon as they got destroyed or splattered in this case, someone was ready to take over them, and the push kept on going. Not only that, but also getting splats while at it. So that's gotta be extremely important to adapt to in this game, in this second game, if Smoothie wants to bring this set back.
Yeah, I mean, they found themselves just kind of overrun, and some of that may have come down to paint. I think most of it just came down to the really aggressive play that came out. They just were not ready for that. Rainmaker, Mako Mart, Rainmaker, the momentum could just go all the way into one side instantly. So we'll see what happens here as we hop into this.
Now, keep in mind that Trikitrakatelas is really good at aggression. So in this game mode, you could always take advantage of exactly that. And look, Popgun with a lore, with the hidden stats in chat telling us that Smoothie was 21-0 in IPL events. That means that Smoothie has not lost the game prior to this match with Trikitrakatelas. And that's gonna be daunting for them, or at least a little bit intimidating. Although right now, One Shot is currently making it rain. They are still very conservative when it comes to their pushes, making sure that the whole team has been taken care of before breaking that first checkpoint.
Just effortlessly bringing that Rainmaker onto the right side. They just waited till all of the members of Smoothie grouped up onto that left side, and then Trikitrakatelas just dropped it into that right. So, of course, this is really similar to Undertow in that that's the quicker, easier push, and it doesn't get you too many more points unless you've wiped the enemy team. That Igzuka coming out and some more follow-ups going to clear that space. Really, really well-played defense there after that first check from Smoothie.
Yeah, great job from the pink team, just making sure that they had the full force behind them in order to stop that crab tank. Just like that, they're still lost trying to burst that bubble, making sure that they have a good opportunity, a good option, and a good opening for them to start pushing with the Rainmaker. But look at this huge displacement with the splat bombs, making sure that Boopy gets thrown off that platform. So now the only path moving forward is going to be that checkpoint, but look at that snipe, that perfect shot in order to stop him on their tracks as they try to advance into the next checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, without that checkpoint broken, Smoothie was so close to breaking that checkpoint, but without it broken, it's going to be much harder to take that lead. They are going to have to take a much more controlling push there as they just sneak it in. They sneak it in, and Cactus gets a really nice snipe with that Zuka. All it's going to take is a pop and a couple more points. They have the defense on that point, but it's not going to take too much more for the lead, as it looks like we've actually got a flank over on that left side from Smoothie. One of the members is trying to sneak around that other side. They're just going to end up holding down that ground, and the Rainmaker is going to reset while all that's happening.
Yeah, but now it's time to relocate. It's time to find a good opportunity to push One Shot, making sure to stay in the backlines as they should. Now, careful here because that crab tank is forcing Fear to just hunker down for as hard as possible. Of course, taking advantage of that little flank that they got. Still great push from Smoothie, assuring themselves a solid lead, at least from what we've seen. But still 2 minutes on the clock could be more than enough for Trikitrakatelas to just try to get something done. Great push with the double. Nikaido gets a double splat. Looking forward for the triple. Let's see if that's going to be the case or not.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be trying to clear up some more space there. Boopy gets taken out, a little bit of trickling going on, but really that entire last push can be kind of chalked up to Boopy taking control of that left side where that charger was. So we can see that the big impact that kind of had on the game, but it's going to take a lot of work if Trikitrakatelas wants to bring that back in this instant. But Smoothie is not letting up one bit. They're just going to continue taking over that left side, moving the Rainmaker into this corner here, and this is a really good spot for the Rainmaker just because of how far away it is from their base. So even if they go down, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to get back. Boopy, look at them. They're causing so much damage in the base, getting 2 picks, clearing out for the third. Fear can't do anything about it. Boopy's just running them over. Boopy gets yet another. The Rainmaker makes its way down to 14, and Boopy is just all over them. Finally taken out, but the Rainmaker is going to get dunked here as the Zuka seals the deal.
Beautifully done from Smoothie, just keeping that aggression on at all times, ensured a knockout on their side, making sure that they feel that pressure. Once again, Trikitrakatelas, despite a very dominant knockout, on the first game, it is now turn for Smoothie to bring it back. So we're moving into the next mode. We're going into Clam Blitz. Once again, an eel tail alley, you know that they want to play around those ridges, the flanking areas, always extremely important, especially in clan blitz where mobility is king.
Absolutely, but even though mobility's king, this is a pretty hectic close quarters map. So things like burst bombs are going to cause a lot of damage here, and we've been seeing plenty of those. Splash-O-Matic comes equipped with that, of course. So that is something we will certainly be seeing, but I'm wondering whether either of those teams will kind of run away aggressively with it the same way they did those past games, because the first game was all one way, second game all the way the other, and who knows where this one's going to go.
And you love to see it. You love to see when a set it goes back and forth, maybe going into a game 4 where it's tied at 2-2, and the game breaker will always be that final game. Right now, it's time to determine whether Smoothie is going to keep that momentum, or if it's going to be a back and forth once again between Trikitrakatelas and Smoothie. Now that both of them have allotted themselves a knockout from both of their sides, so it should be very fun to see how they play out in the Clan Blitz, which I dare say is the game mode that makes the most out of the teamwork. A great teamwork and communication. Let's see if it plays out just like we saw in the first or the second game. This is the tiebreaker for both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. No counter picks in this, but this big lead 2-1 is going to kind of determine a lot of the momentum coming into this set, as we see the Charger coming out yet again on the other side, and Smoothie just going with that run and gun comp. Super aggressive, actually. Nothing longer range than the Squeezer. Everything else is way shorter range, and they were able to make the most of that last game. It's going to be on them to just kind of keep it up this game, because this comp it can run you over or it can get run over. Once it gets locked out, it's locked out for good.
Yeah, and you gotta keep in mind that one shot on Trikitrakatelas has been playing homage to his name quite a few times, getting that shot on the crab tank, making sure that it's trickling down on its resistance. Of course, making sure that those mobility pathways are always covered will ensure great opportunity to just go out, but look at Lost going in for the aggression, allow Smoothie to just hold down more damage and of course control more areas, allowing them to just go for a 50-pointer push, and I wouldn't doubt if they keep on relaying those small clowns for yet another push, maybe even going further down than 40.
Yeah, great bubble there under the basket. That clears so much space and lets you push in behind it there. Smoothie getting a very nice push all the way down to 41. Yep. Unfortunately, though, they kind of focused really hard on locking Trikitrakatelas out versus getting more clams on the board. So still a big push, but maybe not big enough, as Trikitrakatelas putting on so much pressure, getting a pick already. 2 members down onto Smoothie, but a really sneaky kill from Lost, and they're not done.
Yeah, that was all completely unexpected from that roller, making sure it was Lost, I do believe, just making sure that they were completely unaware in order to get that splat. Careful here, you don't want to get caught up in that bridge. Those mobility options they need to be clean at all times, otherwise you can't get stuck, and that's the scary part. Specials are ready, so that means also the power clamp is as well. So now the name of the game is going to be find a path for victory if you want to bring this score back.
Here comes the vacuum. The vacuum lets them get in for free. That's 3 members down into Smoothie, and already the score is down to 54, bringing it down as far as they can. One more clam's the lead. That's going to be the lead. The clams are just continuing to come on for mid, and the picks just keep on coming. Trikitrakatelas just pushing the lead as far as they can go. Smoothie is going to need to make a run for it if they're going to try and stop this knockout here.
No way. It seems that Trikitrakatelas is going at it, and they do get it. A beautiful one shot, one window is all it took for them to sneak in. And I hate to say this, but I did tell you, Fusion, maybe we were about to see those back and forth knockouts. I live for this. I thrive when these kinds of situations happen, and you called it, Fusion. Maybe that 60-point push wasn't enough, and that was exactly the case, and that's why we're going into game number 4.
Game number 4, and really great comeback there. That's a map that can go either way, but both teams playing to their win conditions there. The vacuum let them get in and clear the space they needed. Trikitrakatelas was able to get those picks along with it, because just that vac on its own isn't quite enough. But they used some of their other specials to clear some space and get in with the special. So really great job. But Splatzone's Brine Water Springs, this map was new to the new update, and people are mixed on it again. People are mixed on everything.
That's the perfect way of putting it. I mean, there's a bit of a adaptation process, and of course, a lot of people instinctively don't love changes that much. But let's see what Brine Water Springs has to offer. And really quickly, Fast Kruger and Bismarck Mech. Hey, we got some hypes for you guys because you redeemed those points. We're going into the potential last game. It depends on whether Trikitrakatelas is as oppressive as they have shown so far, or if Smoothie allows for a knockout of their own, which, let's be real, it's not out of the question, Fusion.
Yeah, definitely not out of the question. This map always felt weird to me just because it's a huge middle of the map and then the zone's just teeny. It's just a little teeny zone in the middle. But it seems like both teams have decided, when in doubt, more splash. Now with both teams having that double splash-o-matic, they're going to be relying on that crab tank to just hold the enemy out. And you're fighting uphill when you're trying to hold here. It can be kind of tricky, as already Trikitrakatelas kind of on the back foot, trying to back out of this situation as their specials run out, and Smoothie recaps the zone.
Adios. He goes out of there with a super jump back into spawn, knowing that they were pretty much bunkered down against the crab tank. They had nowhere to run, and now it's time for Smoothie to bring this score back down. I've seen that the main struggle in this map in particular is going down from your spawn. Getting out of your spawn can be a little tricky. So far, things are looking very even. Only 1 point differential between both teams. This time it is Trikitrakatelas who is currently on the lead and going down, trickling down on that penalty timer before they start racking up points once again.
Yeah, absolutely. But 2 members down, it's a Trikitrakatelas of the zone just flips in an instant. Whoopie trying to clear out this left side. They spot out Fear, trying to get that pick. The double team's going to kind of help them finish that off. But the zone, the score is so close in the middle of the map. And, the only time you're really going to start scoring those big points are when you really get up into the enemy spawn and start trying to lock them out. And this looks like an opportunity for that, as all 3 remaining members of Trikitrakatelas are stuck up by their spawn bubble.
That's what I'm telling you. It's hard to get out, especially with the insane aggression that Smoothie is putting out, not only with the crab tank, but also with every single projectile. They got the bombs, the lethals one, and the burst bombs, every single option they have. They are forcing Trikitrakatelas down into their spawn, and this could be very hard for them to bring back if they can't get their footing back, especially now that Lost is putting extra pressure with that crab tank that gets challenged by Nikaidos and instantly destroyed once again.
Oh my god, Boopy flanked on that left side, got the pick on the crab tank, got another, and that just sealed Smoothie the game. That just single-handedly shut down that push. They were not aware of Boopy sharking on their plat, and that really ended up costing them. Kind of clearing out that whole area is so important, just especially when you have something like Crowd Tank that is only vulnerable from the back, but basically invincible from the front. It's something you got to be careful of, but props to Boopy. That was a crazy good shark there.
Now, I have a question. First, I'm going to ask chat, and then I'm going to ask you, Fusion. We've seen a trend. the first game was a knockout from Trikitrakatelas. That was Tower Control and Inkblot. The second game was a knockout on Rainmaker and Macomart by Smoothie. And the third game was a knockout by Trikitrakatelas, subsequently going by another knockout by Smoothie. If we follow that trend, chat, does this mean that Trikitrakatelas will knock out on Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard? Or is Smoothie going to break that trend in order to secure the set and, of course, keep on moving into this winner side of bracket? I want to see your responses in chat, whether it's with ones or twos. I'd much rather prefer a fleshed out response, to be honest. But in the meantime, Fusion, what do you think?
Man, this game, again, it could go either way, but this is pretty similar to Clam's Eeltail. This is a really snowbally map. Once you get past that first or second checkpoint, it could go just from 100 to 0 so quickly.
Yeah.
But we see that return of the carbon roller. Seems like they just switched off it for splat zones. And of course, making good work of it in the past games. We'll see if they're able to pop off with it here.
In the meantime, it is going to be One Shot who's still holding that E leader. Let's see if he pays homage to his name, making sure to hold that whatever angle and whatever approach Smoothie is trying to get here. That turf seems very well covered on orange, so that means that it is going to be Smoothie, the first team to push. Even though it's going to be a bit of a small one, it's still very, very decent and at least consistent. That means that they got a bit of a 17 push before they get stumped by Trikitrakatelas.
Really good jump out from Cactus there, especially with that Booyah Bomb. They still have their special, which means they can use it on this check. Getting full wiped in the middle of the map is a disaster. So really, really good awareness there. They're going to pop that special, trying to use it to defend this checkpoint here, try and buy themselves that extra time they need. The bubble set up for the defense. The Zuka comes out. Goodbye, Crab Take. It came out and it was gone. But Smoothie finally jumping on that tower as soon as it passes that check, and they're going to be able to shut down all of Trikitrakatelas' momentum here and gain back control of the map.
For sure. Now that the tower is moving back into the middle. No, don't miss your shot. A trade. Very unfortunate that trade happened. And not only that, but also a wipeout is going to ensure Trikitrakatelas to keep on pushing. Currently holding a lead. It's going to be very, very hard to stop them, at least while they set up everything. Not only the Waybreaker, but they also got the flankers ready on the left side. So even though they struggled a little, it was a very good defense display from Smoothie, despite the fact that the tower keeps on moving forward towards Trikitrakatelas' favor.
Yeah, that was a really good Booyah Bomb. They know that one of the big kind of game plans for Trikitrakatelas is taking control of that spinner, the rotating bit on the middle of the map, and the Booyah Bomb came out to stop it from that, and because of that, Smoothie was able to just continue to move back into the map. Boopy continuing to be super aggressive as they have the entire game, but there's a DC, there's a disconnect.
No
on
way.
the other side, onto Trikitrakatelas' side.
This could be a defining moment for Trikitrakatelas. They're going to have to play their hearts out, despite the fact that they do currently hold the lead. There's nothing that we can do other than try to force their way into a victory. That is very dangerous because that tower keeps on pushing. The wipeout is imminent. This could be everything for Trikitrakatelas. Mexico moment, some people say in chat, and I gotta agree with you. That tower keeps on pushing. The last couple inches is going to be defining. Hey, por favor, arreglen el internet in Mexico. We need to get our internet fixed over here because that was definitely heartbreaker despite the beautiful display from both teams. It is Smoothie who goes out in victory.
That's so unfortunate. Oh god, anytime something like this happens, it's just rough, especially in a game 5 situation.
See.
My god. Smoothie though did such a great job playing their hearts out, like you said, on both sides. Smoothie does end up coming out on top 3-2. Trikitrakatelas not out yet. That was winners semis, so they're still in a very nice spot in the bracket, even though they are on losers side. But Smoothie is going to be making it to winners finals.
For sure, both teams did absolutely wonderful, granting us a Game 5 despite the disconnection. Yo sé, I know that my Latin American people are suffering right now, but como dijeron, as you guys said in chat, it is what it is. Not much we can do about it. Very unfortunate scenario. Recuerden, they still have another opportunity in the loser side of bracket. Trikitrakatelas is not out. Todavía no están fuera. They're not out quite yet. So this could be a defining moment for them in the bracket, really, because they are truly not quite out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this sort of thing, those kind of close matches just kind of show how strong both teams are coming in this situation. Just both teams bringing it to Game 5 in this situation, and I think something similar happening on the other side of the bracket between Yamum and Nightmare, as Nightmare does end up taking it 3-1. So looks like winners finals is going to be the 1 and 2 seeds, Smoothie and Nightmare, and there's a whole bunch of battling going on the loser side of the bracket if we want to take a quick look at that. So if we take a look at the loser side of the bracket, it looks like we have Synergy versus Bananenlutscher. Okay. Yeah, the winner of that takes on Yamum, and we have Boys Who Cry versus Espresso, and they'll be facing Trikitrakatelas, and then those two winners will be battling it out, and so on up until the final. Do you have any predictions for this loser side of the bracket? We've seen some of these teams.
Yeah, you know, I gotta go for my boys in Latam. I gotta go for Trikitrakatelas. If I'm gonna be biased, I'm gonna go biased for my boys. So definitely unfortunate that they gotta disconnect on the most crucial moment of that match. But that I do believe, as Mexican myself and know what ignites our passion, those kinds of defeats or circumstances pretty much powers us up. I hope I'm making sense. So I think they're gonna use this to their advantage. So I gotta root for my boys Trikitrakatelas, but I gotta be honest, Yamum has a very strong case for them, despite the fact that they're in loser side of bracket.
Yeah, sometimes something unfortunate happens in winners, and then suddenly you're pissed and you go on the loser's run of a lifetime. Yeah. So we'll hopefully see them a little bit later in the bracket. But I believe that was the last set that we'll be casting tonight.
Yes.
So the tournament's not over, though. So we'll be just passing it off to two different wonderful casters. It's going to be Walkie and Austie commentating the rest of Proving Grounds tonight. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Cirque. Where can they find you?
Pleasure as well. You can find me on Cirque GMZ, Cirque Gomez, por así decirlo, on Twitter. If you like what I do, I'm also a Smash Ultimate commentator, and eventually I'll delve into Rivals of Either as well, especially when the second iteration of that game comes out. So please make sure to stay tuned. Fusion yourself, where can we find you?
You can find me at 8bitfusion_ on Twitter, or I guess Fusion Splatoon on YouTube now. So yeah, it's been so much fun casting with you, and I hope you're enjoying your time at casting in the Splatoon community.
I love it. And before we go, I gotta take advantage of this moment. Gracias a todos los que están viendo en español, los que están viendo el stream en inglés y los que hablan español. Les mando un beso, los quiero mucho. Thank you for being here. Everybody who speaks a different language, if you speak Spanish, if you speak English, los queremos mucho. We'll see you guys around. Don't go, because the action is not stopping just yet.
Stay tuned.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Welcome to Proving Grounds number 2. We're jumping right back into Winners Finals. My name's Osti. I'm joined here by Walkie, and we've got Smoothie versus Nightmare. Walkie, what are we going to be looking for here, man?
Yeah, we got two great teams, both Div 1 caliber, and already off the bat, Smoothie coming at us real strong with the... Actually, that's Nightmare. The colors are reversed. So that is going to be Nightmare taking the first little fight there at the beginning, putting Smoothie on their back heels. And you also got to look out. A lot of the players on Nightmare did have their specials at the ready, so that's going to be also forcing back a lot of the members on the side of Smoothie. And it seems like there's a fight just going on, but it's away from the zone, and that's what Nightmare likes to see for now.
Yeah, honestly, to be able to start off like that and get that immediate wipeout off of the first fight on Splat Zones, such a strong start for them. They managed to get all the way down to 45 points remaining. Of course, in the nature of Splat Zones, as long as you get your specials and you win your fights accordingly, you can easily take that back. So now we got Smoothie in charge of that zone. See Lost right after trying to get some front row going. Almost gets a flank, can't find the mark, managed to find it. Last second, there's a Booyah bomb at the premises. They're just trying to escape out of their base right now. They can't seem to get out.
Yeah, and that's the big thing on this map is there's so much pressure that you can put into the enemy spawn, take them away from the zone, and that just means more and more points for you. We saw both teams take advantage of that here. Now it is going to be Smoothie doing that as the specials are coming out from both sides, forcing each other back a little bit. It seems like Nightmare might have gotten themselves a little bit of position to get back in as they stall that zone for a bit, but no, one of their players is going to go down. That's the second, and if they don't do something quick to stop that zone, that's going to be the game, Austin.
I think that's what's going to happen. They only got one person left. That's pretty much a GG. Smoothie taking off of one single hold. If I was like a stranger to this, man, I would swear I was playing solo queue for a second, because that's kind of like how those games go, right? You go in there, you take the zone, you hold on to it for dear life. And on a map like this, sometimes it's kind of hard for you to try to regroup, especially when you're like all together right on the bottom of the hill, and they have different avenues to get off of, right? They can go straight ahead down the hill. They can jump off and try to, go that way, but they just look trapped.
Yeah, I mean, we both talked about it. Both the teams were really pushing up the pressure into the enemy spawn when they had control there. So it's just a hard position to come back in for. Yeah, you have like a little bit of a height advantage because you're on the ramp, but at the same time, it's not like a drop off or anything like that. So both teams are at a pretty even foot, and by the time you try to spawn back into it, the enemy team probably has their specials at the ready, and they can just spawn camp you pretty easily on that one. And that's what you saw Smoothie take full advantage of there.
Look at Smoothie's roster, by the way, man. They got 6 people on that team. They got their subs at the ready just in case they want to like swap them in or out. Nightmare with the 4 players themselves here. Now, both these players made it all the way here to Winners Finals at this tournament, making, trying to put on a big show. Both Div 1 teams. For those that don't know about the divs, the lower that number, the stronger those players tend to be. And with all the different divs out there and seeing like all these people come together to prove themselves, it's just it's no stranger that you're going to see like this kind of tug of war there at the beginning of that last match.
Yep, and you mentioned it right there. Both of these teams are pretty equal in footing. And actually, Popgun and I were talking a little bit before. This is actually going to be a preview of an upcoming Ludi set. These two are going to be playing actually next week in Ludi, so they're both slated to be the opponents. Either of them getting the edge here today, I think spells well for them coming up in that event as well. But we are in the counter pick stage of this event, and we do know that we are going to be going over to tower control. So Nightmare was the loser of that map. They're going to be choosing tower control, and so Smoothie gets to ban 2 stages, and they have banned Hagglefish and Inkblot. What are you thinking about tower control and what these teams can maybe bring out there?
Honestly, I feel like tower control is kind of like Splat Zones a little bit, except that it's moving, right? Like it's all about trying to get on that square, on that platform, and move it forward as much as possible. So it's kind of like the similar. It's all about like time what weapons they're comfortable with. They want like a large, wide open area to get some snipes from a charger. If they want like a more like cluster where it's going to be like everyone on top of each other, kind of like similar to Mahi Mahi. I feel like Mahi Mahi could be a potential pick for them, especially because they were trapped so hard on brine water. With Mahi Mahi, they can get to the center of the map as quickly as possible, and that can help them with a little bit of a fight, especially if they get stuck a little bit. Plus, with the tower coming their way into their base, they have a way better opportunity to try to like strike back.
Yeah, and the map that we are going to be going over to actually is Eeltail Alley. So that's an interesting one for them to pick. Eeltail Alley, I'd say a little bit of a controversial map. Not too many people like it because it's so constricted, but maybe that's what Nightmare wants to do. They want to be up in the face of the members of Smoothie, really take advantage of the aggression that we've seen from them in the past. And, you know, both teams, I think, really like to get good lockouts going. But you know, with both teams trying to do things like that, it really just depends on who's able to hold it out better. In the last map, we did see Smoothie able to take advantage of that. But Nightmare, once they get going, they're a really hard team to stop.
It's funny that you mentioned this is such a controversial map, right? Because people know why it's so controversial. This is like an E-Leader's like wet dream, right? They just want to get there in the beginning, had that big, wide open alley to be able to shoot you from literally anywhere. Granted, if it was like splat zones, that's a different story. I feel like splat zones on this map is one of the hardest stages to play against the likes of a Charger. It's hard to like get a flank on them, but with the likes of tower control, I feel like it's just going to be that opening that's going to be like where the Chargers are going to be so dominant. Once the tower gets moving, though, you're going to have less and less room based on where you want to go. So yeah, there's a little bit of controversy, but I like that people are still picking it and trying to get some counter picks in here. You're probably going to be seeing some Charger counter picks coming out from Nightmare as well as the other team, as we're going to jump right into here for map number 2.
Yep, map number 2 coming out. We do see a sloshing machine and a double gal coming out from Nightmare. Interesting comp. Like I said, they really like to be aggressive and get up in your face. The double 52 gal is going to allow them to do that. They also have the Ninja Squid on their side, and we do see actually on the side of Smoothie them rocking double splash with some Ninja Squid. So both teams just trying to avoid each other. Hyper aggression, no real backlines. We were talking about the E-Leader, but none of them really care about that right now, as they just want to fight face to face.
Yeah, they want to get them crabs out, you feel me? And one of the things you're not going to be shocked about at all is that you're going to see juniors on both sides of the map here, right? Having that bubbler, the big bubble on that checkpoint is going to give you some free push, especially against that first checkpoint. That's kind of what they're doing right now, is just trying to get past that first one. Still kind of neck and neck with each other. They both kind of traded a little bit of those splats, and now we're coming down to a 3v3 fight. Now it's on Nightmare to try to get back in there while Smoothie pushes it ever so slightly. They're only pushing it, you know, a little bit, not trying to control too much. You want to make sure you get some splats first before that even happens. Now we're getting a little bit of a top eye view right now. We've got another bubble in place. It's going to be able to give them a forced push. The only way you get to that bubble is to try to use that crab to be able to decimate it as soon as possible. What makes the crab so dominating is that you have to get behind in order to do any sort of damage to it. Good jump out, recognizing that they're going to kind of going down in the numbers, try to save that special meter and try to stay alive for the next push.
Yeah, and you were mentioning right there, that crab can be so devastating. Just to, you know, not only hold your ground, but really push up into the enemies as well, as you can go up on that high ground bridge. We saw a wipeout coming out from Nightmare there. They don't really care much about those crabs. They're just going to be able to take down everybody in their path. We're moving on towards that second checkpoint here. And if the 52 gal on the side of Nightmare is going to be able to stall it out and allow their players to just stay on that checkpoint freely, they're going to get a free one, and they do. Oh, there comes the pick onto the crab from behind, and we see Joe just going absolutely in for their team. Nico Chico has to be worried about Boopy, but a 2v1 situation, they're going to be able to get that, and next checkpoint as well. Nightmare's looking strong here.
I mean, Smoothie's just kind of running in one after the other right now until they finally get 2 splats. That's going to be able to give them enough room. There's the third one. Stormy's by themselves. They have to try to just jump out of there. They're probably going to go down as well. How are they still in this fight? They're still taking down some picks. Finally going down in that 1v. It was almost a 4.
Yeah, nice plays coming out from all of them to at least just stall that tower, you know. If they weren't able to stay in that base for longer, you know, we might have seen the players on the side of Smoothie already pushing towards that first checkpoint, and they didn't even have it yet. So this is going to be pretty good for Nightmare if they're able to just regroup. They had a couple members go down, unfortunate there, but they have a lot of time to work with. They've also got the big bubbler at the ready. More of a defensive special, but if they can maybe set up one of their players in a good position, use that where they can rain down on the tower freely, it could really spell well for Nightmare. But Smoothie wants none of that, as they're just pushing on forward.
Yeah, gonna use that bubbler and the crab to just try to keep this push as free as possible. We start to approach that third checkpoint. This is the big one, right? If you manage to push this, you can easily turn this into an even game, or just take the lead right now because you already got 2 down right now. Smoothie can easily try to make this even further. Checkpoint has been broken. Freaking 6 points away from trying to tie this up. They are so close, 1 person away. Unfortunately, they're not gonna be able to get it. 5-4. They all go down. You see them desperately trying to jump in there. They're still fighting. They're going 1 by 1. No regrouping necessary from either team. They tie it, but unfortunately, that's not gonna. Oh, they actually took it over. No,
they didn't.
They missed it by 1 point. They swapped on me.
Yeah. No, you got to give credit where credit is due there. Joe was able to, just pick off a couple members and then got the trade onto the member of the tower where I believe Miner with the sloshing machine was just able to come in and, a sloshing machine on the tower against the Carbon. They're not really going to be able to fight back there. So you got to give credit to the players of Nightmare. A little bit scary, but they were able to stop the push when it mattered. And with only a minute left, that's all they got to do is just continue to stop those pushes and make sure that the players of Smoothie aren't able to get too aggressive into their base.
Now here come the Splash-O-Matics from Smoothie, trying to get some picks before trying to push that tower. There's going to be 1. That's actually 3 down on Nightmare's team. That's going to give them plenty of room to try to make this push while they try to go for this 1. You see him backing up tactically. Doesn't want to try to engage too hard by yourself in that 1v4. We got Crabs ready to go for both teams. This is going to be the Crab be able to just kind of force. It's not that good for, trying to get those splats if they're kind of out of the way, but what it's going to do is it's going to force them to move out of the way if they don't want to be. Here comes that push. 4 points remaining. They just can't get that final point. There's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Boopy's probably going to get taken down here by Nico, Chico, and Storm, and they do. And you mentioned that Crab. It wasn't really able to do too much work. Yeah, it displaced a couple members on the side of Nightmare, but it kind of displaced them towards the tower, where they were able to just take down all the players on the side of Smoothie and get a nice strong hold for themselves. We only got 10 seconds left remaining. The Carbon Roller's going to try to make something happen here, but it needs the help of teammates to at least get something going forward. They are going to get a little bit more space, but 2 members on the side of Smoothie go down. They're forced to back up, and that's going to be the game going back to Nightmare here. So we've got a 1-1 split. Nightmare, they knew exactly what they wanted. Go on to tower control, go on to a map that we feel like we can be the better aggressors, and it worked out for them.
I'm Team Nightmare. I'm taking a deep sigh of relief after that one, dude. Twice in one go, you saw it tie in points, but they just couldn't break that one last push. If they could just stay on that tower for literally half a second longer, the results would have been completely different. And there was 2 opportunities for that to happen. So Nightmare squeaking by that second game to turn this into a game 3 situation in this race to 3. And now we're going to jump into our 3rd map here for the counter pick. So we saw splat zones. We saw tower control. We got way other game modes to come up here. We see they're going to be probably Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, depending on what they're going to be picking.
Yeah, and so far it seems like, both of these teams are pretty evenly matched. So, we saw Splat Zones, Brine Water, Springs go back and forth. It just came down to who was able to hold that zone a little bit longer. Tower control, we did see both teams, you said 1 point difference was all that led between them. But we are going to be going back to Splat Zones, actually. So Smoothie feel way more comfortable in that. They already got 1 game under their belt there. And you know what? Why not? Just go back to it.
You know what I find interesting is that, in the beginning of Splatoon 3, the very beginning, month number 1, week number 2, E-leaders and chargers were the dominating force. They were all over the place. They were it was if you weren't running a charger, you were throwing. Nowadays, because we've discovered the crab meta, it's not as useful as it used to be, but it can still work. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that was a little shocking not to see one come out on Eel Tail Alley. And you know what? I guess they didn't need to because they won another counter pick, but barely. But there's a lot of reasons why we're not seeing as many chargers back as we used to, right? Chargers with crabs, for instance, can kind of, struggle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it right there. There's a lot of things, I think, in the current game that have led people away from the chargers. We saw on the side of Nightmare, they had the double 52, so that's 2 whales that'll be on your back line pretty much all the time. Obviously, we went through a period where people were pretty much abusing missiles, and I think that kind of sent people away from Charger as well. We aren't seeing it too much because I think there was a couple nerfs in the last patch to missiles. So people haven't been spamming them as much. And, maybe just in that little bit of time, people decided, Charger's not really working out. Let's try some other things. And we found different techniques or different strategies that teams have elected to go to here. We are going to be going to Splat Zones on Mako. I feel like this is your favorite one for every Grand Finals.
Oh, man. Mako Mart, dude. One of my favorite maps out there. That, literally the only other map that I like more than this is probably Inkblot Art Academy, but Mako Mart is a very close second. It's just such an even map, such a fun zone, tons of fun corners to be able to jump around, and it's just a nice size. I don't know, it's like the most, how do you say it, the most neutral of all the stages in my opinion. I feel like there's no real dominating weapon that dominates on this that doesn't dominate on other maps, this is just pure rock'em sock'em, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I think this could be a complete repeat of what we saw in the previous matches. Both teams going out full aggression onto each other. I do like the pick coming out on the side of Smoothie just because they were rocking that double crab, and I think this is a very strong crab map. If you're able to get up on those stacks, you can reach pretty much anywhere that you want to on the map with the crab tank. Reach into the enemy spawn left side, reach onto their stack, wherever you want to go. So I like this pick coming out of Smoothie. I think it plays to their strengths and hopefully works out for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different avenues for them to try to approach the zones, right? You sneak off to the left side, you can sneak off to the right side. If you go to the right side, there's 2 different avenues over there as well to be able to just try to sneak in there, or you just dive right through the middle. So there's 4 different ways for you to travel in order to get to that middle. So you have to cover all of those different pathways. As we're going to jump in here for game number 3. Now, if we saw a repeat of what we saw game number 1, is that the first team got a wipe and turned it into a hold immediately. Look how deep they're going. Yeah, it's Smoothie. Bobby is super deep up there trying to get some splats immediately. Look at him playing the aggression role. It's working out for them. He got 2 splats out of that.
2. Yeah, 2 splats out of that. And that's going to be the third. Boopy knows Joe's behind them. Takes out a member on the side of Smoothie. And Joe is actually putting in a lot of work for his team. Might be able to get them back into this as he's going to force Boopy and that other member back here. And that's going to be the zone going back and forth. And one thing that I do want to point out here is we do have mirror comps for the most part. The only difference is we got a junior on the side of Smoothie and we've got a custom junior on the side of Nightmare. So that's really the only difference between these 2 teams is they're just going back and forth here.
Yeah, they either want the bubbler or they want to get anything else going for them. Because with the custom, you have the ability to just kind of catch people with those little secret bombs, right?
Yeah,
ones
the
that
torpedoes.
The torpedoes. They just kind of chase after you, and it gives Junior a lot of ability to chase after you and put you into positions you don't want to be in. And look at this push right now coming up from Nightmare. Has to deal with the crab. Here comes a Booyah Bomb. Going to be able to retreat right into it. Unfortunately, couldn't get too much out of that. That's going to be Smoothie cleaning up shop here to try to reclaim that zone and hold on to it for even longer this time around.
Yeah, but look at Nightmare. They've already got 2 specials online. The 52 gal is halfway to their special as well. Almost there, actually. Only about 12% remaining. They could have 4 specials up really quickly. Nico Chico is going to be tossing that Echo Locator, force a couple members back on Smoothie, and that's at least forced them into that bottom right corner. They do rotate over to that right stack. Oh, they have to be wary right there of the flank. They do catch that one out quickly, and that was exactly what they needed. Nico Chico created this original space. Oh, but they didn't see the 52 gal, able to take him down after. But like I was saying, Nico Chico created the space with his special, allowed the rest of the team to go in, and now Nightmare's in control here.
Points difference, still 3 minutes left on the clock, so this could be anyone's game as Nightmare is going to make that push. Here's for Smoothie, just try to play as safe as possible. Look at this flank right now, had a Booyah Bomb. I think that was a defensive Booyah Bomb, a reaction because they were getting flanked. Managed to knock down the 52 gal, and now we're going to jump right back into the map here. There's going to be the echolocator, going to not only do damage to you, but also put a mark on you so everyone on the enemy team knows exactly where you are. It's such a devastating special in that regards because it allows players to be able to push you where you want. You can't shark anymore. You can no longer be as sneaky. If you're running Ninja Squid, it's completely useless if you have Echo out there. So it's a pretty damning, special to be able to throw out.
Yeah, and it created the space for them once, was able to create it once again, and gives them the zone. Storm has to be careful, though. On that left side, Boopy was trying to force them off. The Booyah Bomb is going to force them off that stack. Let's see if the members on the side of Smoothie are able to take advantage of that disposition. But actually, no, they weren't, because I think Joe got all up in their face with Miner there, helping them out. Storm able to force the last one back. And once again, Nightmare is in full control of the zone. And this time, they might be able to take down off that penalty and get some actual points for themselves, as they already have 3 specials up and in control.
Yeah, and they're about to get that 4th special on top. That Custom Junior being able to throw out another Echolocator would be amazing for them. Here come the specials ready to go. Booyah Bombs coming out and clutch is what you got to do to be able to go for that push. Then they're retaliating with their own specials, popping the whale, popping the crab, disallowing any sort of yellow paint to go into the middle, while Nightmare is just kind of holding out. They get 1 pick, they get 2, and that's probably going to be the game. There's nothing the yellow team can do at this point except try to force it. If they had a little bit more time, they were getting those picks, but Nightmare's going to be able to take that game number 3 and take that lead ever so slightly. 1 map away from sitting very pretty over in Grand Finals.
Yeah, I really like the strategy coming out from Nightmare there, as they were just able to use their specials kind of to perfection. You know, every time they were faced with a situation where they needed to get back in, just slowly took it slow, built their special, able to create a lot of space with the wave breaker, allowed Joe and the rest of the more aggressive members like Joe and Miner to push on forward. And by the time they'd get control, they'd have the crab tank at the ready as well to force back that last 1 or 2 remaining members on the side of Smoothie, and then hold on from there. And even during their own last hold there, every single player built their special, and it's hard to go in and try to get a zone cap on a team that has 4 specials. So well played by Nightmare. Really textbook special play coming out from them. And we got to remember, that was Smoothie's counter pick. So now you got to wonder where they want to go with this one.
Yeah, this is kind of like a weird one, right? Because we've seen Nightmare dominate on both Splat Zones. How both the Splat Zone maps went, Smoothie took control first, right? In the first one, it was just a wipeout immediately. In the second one, I got a little worried, right? Because they pushed forward so far at the very beginning instead of, like, you know, taking care of themselves, but they ended up getting a double, and that allowed them to be able to take held that zone the first time, but then Nightmare came back and took it back. I feel like where Smoothie is struggling with on Splat Zones in particular is they're really good at that initial push, taking the zone, but then once they get zoned, they don't really hold it for that long. I feel like Nightmare holds it for a very long time. It might come down just to be able, because they're good at painting, they're good at pushing it forward while also playing safe. I feel like there's times when we see Smoothie pushing forward against Nightmare in their back zone, and they're going a little bit too aggressive instead of trying to, you know, play it safe. Not try to get those splats, but just try to put these dangerous areas instead of putting yourself into danger territory yourself. So we'll have to wait and see how it's going to be able to go down, because it looks like they're going to go for a Rainmaker counter pick for map number 4. And as you said, this is Smoothie's counter pick, right? Unfortunately, Nightmare's got counter pick advantage just because like they're in the lead.
Yeah, so no matter what, even if they lose this game, they'll be able to counterpick into game 5, as you mentioned right there. They have the advantage. And Smoothie is going to elect to go to Rainmaker. And I like this one, you know. Splat Zones, as you mentioned, both teams are pretty evenly killed. Tower Control, both teams are pretty evenly killed. Let's try a different mode. Maybe we have the advantage on this one. Smoothie is going to, as we mentioned, pick Rainmaker. And Nightmare is going to be banning Museum and Mako Mart. So we're going to be going over to Scorch Gorge Rainmaker. And this is an interesting one. I feel like this is a map where teams can get away with using, you know, both of these teams could get away with using a backline if they want to, and that might actually put them at a more advantageous position than their opponent.
Yeah, and there's something I gotta say though, dude. There's something about Rainmaker that I just love watching. I feel like people are just going down so fast because you have to put yourself in danger territory compared to like other types of maps, right? So they pick up the Rainmaker, they put themselves in danger territory because everyone knows where they are. It's a pretty powerful weapon, but you're moving slow, so it requires your teammates to kind of back you up. And they're also on Scorch Gorge, which is like one of the new maps that we've seen in Splatoon 3. So they got that little like cool aesthetic from like the upside down Eiffel Tower. You know, it's like a post-apocalyptic Italy. And there's one.
Italy? You mean France?
Did I say Italy, dude? I'm tired, man. I just got here. France. Oh my god, that's the most embarrassing thing I've ever said.
Geography.
Yeah,
They
you know
teach us
what?
that.
I got a C+ in geometry when I was you know what it is. In the middle of Scorch Gorge though, they have that little net that where if you get the Zipcaster, you know what I'm saying? You go up there, it's really funny to be up in the very top of the net. And I wonder if someone's going to be running that, you know? Maybe someone will bust out Octobrush. I doubt it, but you know, it might happen.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it is in Rainmaker, I believe. It's just, yeah, in the enemy spawns. So let's see what both of these teams elect to come out with here. No backline on either side once again, so all these players just seem to be very aggressive, and you know, we're not going to complain from more team fights. We do see the only change on the side of Nightmare is that Storm is electing to go with the splatter shot rather than that Splash-O-Matic he had in the last game. And on the side of Smoothie, we do see that Carbon Roller coming back out. The Carbon Roller Deco, of course, with that Trizooka Burst Bomb combo. So far, Nightmare is going to be winning the pop, but You Lost is going to be taking down one of the members on the side of Smoothie. What? They do have Rainmaker advantage. Let's see what happens here. As actually, You Lost is actually taking everybody down here.
The Rainmaker getting play of the game right now. Look at these splats, being able to all the way go back up to the zone, continuing to make this push. You know, they had 2 people drop down. There's still Storm trying to cover a little bit, getting rid of that bubbler as they're going to continue to push up here into the first checkpoint. They managed to do it. How did they do that?
Just well played from the Rainmaker. You were saying that right there. Just stay alive, wait for the team to come back in, and if they just throw up a bunch of shots while their team is being aggressive, just maybe that'll get us a couple picks. It was able to do so, and now we've got Smoothie on their heels trying to fight back in their spawn. Joe wins a nice clutch 1v1 right there. Can they take down Robert as well? No, they're going to be going down there, and that might be the end of the push. Yep, it is. There's no real member even close to the Rainmaker. Miner's just going to stall out in mid, maybe throw a couple fizzies until the rest of the team comes back. That is what they're doing here. Has the Booyah Bomb at the ready in case things get dicey here, but I think they're just going to stall it out a little bit and wait for an opening with the rest of the team.
If anything, Nightmare was able to break that checkpoint, but now they're down 3-1. Crab coming out from Smoothie, going to be able to get some more. Trizooka coming in clutch. Another one coming out. What is that splat? That was from so far
nice
downtown.
Burst Bomb right there. Downtown is Cactus shooting that one free. Almost gets them the checkpoint, but unfortunately for them, I think Miner and Joe were just able to throw up a couple shots towards the Rainmaker and luckily get that taken down for them here. Miner in a 1v1 against Cactus. Oh, Storm, though, is going to unfortunately get taken down by a bomb. I think, though, Nightmare has ended that push for now, as we see Nico Chico just clearing up a lot of paint for them, throwing up that Wave Breaker once again, and hopefully creating space to allow the rest of the team to go back in and actually get the splat off of it.
Yeah, you're also going to notice that they're not going to pick up that Rainmaker. They're just going to let it reset back to the middle of the ground. That way they can continue to fight without having to expose one of their teammates' positions. Every single time there's a bubble, by the way, you're noticing that Nightmare is always getting that pop. They're just having the better of the ink battle, and it probably has something to do with the Carbon Roller being in play. Look at these burst bombs coming up, forcing them back. Here comes the Killer Whale. Again, trying to just push them back as much as possible, but now they can't really push because it is 2v4. They got Booyah Bomb coming out. Miner using it almost like a smoke screen as he tries to go for another pick right afterwards. Movies by themselves managed to find that pick. Miner looking for some more, aiming for the top of the bubble. That's the weak spot to be able to try to delete that bubble as much as possible. They're going to continue this push. You'll notice that the Rainmaker is the one that is chilling in the backline while everyone else goes up to the front. More burst bombs, more shots coming out, and they're still going to finally go down and got a little bit too overzealous with that aggression, but that's okay because they're going to burst it yet again, pick it up immediately, and continue this onslaught. Joe getting another point blank, another one, a wipeout. That's going to be huge for Nightmare. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker went down, so they couldn't get that big of a push because he managed to get up there in time before they even have a chance to recover. Unfortunately, the answer is no. 19 points remaining.
Yeah, but they're going to get the pop once again. Oh, but actually everybody goes down somehow despite all the paint coming out from Nightmare's Booyah Bomb and the Rainmaker pop there. So well played by Smoothie to at least just get that one under control there and force every member on the side of Nightmare back to spawn. Now they've got another chance here with a minute left. They were never able to get that checkpoint even though they tried time and time again here. So this is going to be a pretty uphill push for them as they're trying to make their way into the spawn of Nightmare.
And notice Boopy over here trying to get some more painting. Unfortunately, gets caught in the crossfire. Didn't even see that Fizzy Bomb coming their way. It's one of the decimating sub-weapons, right? Because you can, like, shake that really fast and throw it out. It keeps exploding for 3 different times. It keeps pushing forward to get that max charge. So you can catch a lot of people off guard, especially when it's coming from uphill. or downhill rather, going uphill. So now we have the Rainmaker right there. 45 seconds. If Smoothie's going to go for a push, they have to do it now. Like, this is their now or never moment. It's going to reset right back to middle. That's going to be hard for them to have to deal with. Here we go. They finally get a pop. We're going to see what they can be able to take with this. Here comes a Trizuka coming out from the right. Another suction bomb on top of that. Has Bubble ready to rock, but where are they going to be able to put this? Maybe on top of the Rainmaker? Maybe they're going to pick it up. Yes, the Suri. Going to pick that up immediately. Always want to give it to like the junior usually, most cases. There's a pick up on Joe. This could be huge for Smoothie if Boopy can try to get back in there, get these picks. This fight's going to be really important. He has to get them. That's one. If you manage to get the second one on top of that, this is going to be the push that Smoothie's been looking for the whole time. 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, but you did see that Miner on the side of Nightmare was holding onto that Booyah Bomb for ages. Is going to finally throw it and at least allow the rest of the team to come back in, stall for a little bit. You see Robert trying to hold on and make something happen here, but he needs a member of the team to at least go forward a little bit and, you know, play a little bit risky. Otherwise, they're just going to be stuck here, and the members on the side of Nightmare are just going to be able to stall it out with bombs and specials of their own here. They do realize they only have 15 seconds remaining. They do need to make something quick here. Now, but it doesn't seem like anybody's able to get a pick. They do get a trade up front, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They have 5 seconds remaining, but no, they're going to be taken down by, I believe that was Storm coming in from above with that splatter shot. So Smoothie is not going to be able to take that one either, as Nightmare wins once again on their counter pick, and that's the set. They do win 3-1, forcing Smoothie down into the losers bracket.
That ending spelled everything for that team. You saw what was happening is that both sides were playing extremely safe in the middle of overtime. The thing is, Nightmare could afford to do it. They didn't want to risk like losing one of their members, but like Smoothie had to play aggressive. Even if they were going, it wasn't like a smart decision in the normal play where if you try to go up there, you die and then you're down and then, oh man, we lost. But you're at least giving yourself a fighting chance by playing hyper aggressive and getting in there and trying to get a pick, because especially in overtime, like Rainmaker could stall forever. That is theoretically what they could do until overtime wears off. So at the very end, you saw Robert go for that final push, last ditch Hail Mary, like it was not going to work, because that's always what's going to happen when a push when there's still 3 people left alive. So unfortunately, they just couldn't find that big pick they were looking for, especially with the trade at the end. Might have been something else depending on who could have gotten that splats, but congratulations to Nightmare. Gonna move on into grand finals here in Proving Grounds.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it right there. They were taking just a little bit too long on the side of Smoothie. Obviously, time wasn't on their side at that point. It felt like, to me, every player on the side of Smoothie was like playing so defensive. They didn't want to be the one who messed up on their team. They didn't want to be the one who went down without getting somebody on the other end. Or it was just like a situation where they were like, you know, maybe they'll get the pick, or he'll get the pick. I'll just keep throwing bombs. Maybe that'll get us something. But nobody really wanted to take the onus on themselves to try to make a play happen there. And you know, with that being said, nothing did happen, as Nightmare was able to take full advantage of that hesitation and find themselves in grand finals now, as we do see Smoothie heading on down. Maybe it won't be the last time we see them. Maybe they'll be able to make the adjustments if they find themselves back up in grand finals.
Hey, they made it to winners finals for a reason, you know what I'm saying? So they could easily make Lightning strike twice and try to get that run back. Something I like to see in like all brackets, no matter what the game is when you see a winners finals happen and then those same teams, those same players face off against each other yet again in grand finals, because then it kind of turns into a best 2 of 3 sets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like it's like a really it can turn into like a game 15 type of moment, which is always really exciting to see. But hey, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be able to get in there. It's not guaranteed. We're going to take a look here at losers round 7 of this bracket. We got Bananen facing off against Trikitrakatelas. What are these names? Who are coming up with this stuff?
I don't know how to pronounce the first one.
Banana.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on stream. Every time I read this, I read it as like banana nut sluts. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. That's why I read it. That's how I read it. Banana nut sluts.
I don't think that's
I'm allowed to.
I'm pretty sure you're pronouncing that wrong. I'm pretty sure it is. It's Bananenlutscher or something.
Bananenlutscher versus Trikitrakatelas. I know the last one.
I think it's one of those things where it's 2 words, but it's 1 word. You know what I'm saying? It's like Bananen and then Lutscher. Because I don't think NL is like something you can turn into a word. Is it? Can you think of a word that's like NL? That starts with an NL?
No. I believe you're right. It's Bananenlutscher.
Yeah.
Bananenlutscher versus Trikitrakatelas.
You know, it might be a different language than the English one. So maybe there's some deep meaning with that
Well,
team
the second
name.
one is Hispanic. I can tell you that.
Oh,
much.
word. Do you know what it means?
Cirque was giving us a history lesson earlier in the stream. It's apparently a cookie. Well, part of it is the name of a Spanish cookie, but
Dude, Spanish cookies be hitting different. though.
apparently it's a play on words is the second part that I don't know. That means like zoinks or something.
Like zoinks.
Yep.
No, I feel
Maybe
it,
it's like
man.
Scooby Snacks. It's a cookie and zoinks.
Yo, get some Scooby snacks up in here, bro.
All right. So we saw earlier on the stream, Trikitrakatelas, for those who don't know, is a pickup formed of members of Rising Wave and Inkling Heroes. So two very formidable teams forming together here to try and make something happen. And they almost did up higher in the bracket as we did see them. I believe they went down to Smoothie. Yeah, they did go down to Smoothie 3-2. So they're looking to find themselves back up there in the winners bracket and definitely capable of doing so. We haven't been able to see Bananenlutscher so far on stream, but I mean, they found themselves this far. I believe they were able to take down Yamum in the last set. And, you know, the last time me and you actually commentated together, it was Yamum at Dapple Productions able to win that whole tournament. So no slouches there either.
It's
So both
always
these teams pretty good.
It's always your mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, I feel like if I had a nickel for every time I've seen a team name be some formation of your mom, I'd have 10 cents. Which, you know, it's only twice, but still weird to happen, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's 2 more times than you should.
Looks like we got our set maps here. This is the best 2 of 3 territory. Going to start off with tower control here with Hagglefish Market. Intriguing start for this pick.
Yeah, tower control Hagglefish Market. I feel like every time any commentator really sees this one coming up, we always talk about that checkpoint that's right under like the enemy spawn on the side there, being like the key checkpoint that you really need to get to, and you need to have, you know, not only if you're on the offensive specials to get yourself through that checkpoint, but on the other end, ways to defend it as well. And you talked about it before. When we were commentating the Eeltail match on tower control, that big bubbler can really get you past those checkpoints, and I wouldn't be surprised if these teams elects to bring that out here.
Yeah, I mean, the bubbler, I mean, it's already like a mainstay. I feel like Junior is one of the most popular weapons on tower control purely because of the paint it can output, as well as the bubble to just force checkpoints, you know? Not many things. The bubble did get nerfed slightly. It does get destroyed a little bit faster by certain specials, such as like the Ink Strike, but it's still a force to be reckoned with and can give you some very free pushes, especially if you're like a deficit. I have seen 2v4s where the 2's controlling the tower, and they managed to push a checkpoint purely because they had bubbler up.
Yeah, it's sometimes that's all you need to, you know, just give yourselves that little bit of extra, you know, oomph in that push. And if you're able to take down a checkpoint early, that means the rest of the game you don't have to deal with it, and makes your pushes that much more strong. So very interested to see what both of these teams come out with. Maybe we'll finally see a backline as we were, you know, deprived of them in the last set.
Yeah, right. Maybe one of these days we'll see that. By the way, guys, this is loser semis. So winner of this is going to move on into losers finals to face off against Smoothie, the team we just saw fall 3-1. So, you know, a lot at stake here, a lot on the line, and a lot to prove, right? Because if you look at the earlier side of the bracket, I'm just taking a peek right now. Smoothie actually took out Trikitrakatelas. And, you know, they probably want that run back. You know, they get that set win. They go into losers finals. They can try to, like, get another game, another chance at them over in losers side. So you know they're hungry for that rematch.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of hungry, I think it's kind of interesting. 3 of these top 4 teams we've got here, I guess, are named after food. We've got bananas. We've got Mexican cookies. We've got a smoothie. And then we've got Nightmare. So I think Nightmare needs to change their name up just to fit in with the rest of the crowd. Or maybe that's why they're on top.
Have you never had the Nightmare drink?
I haven't.
Don't. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna
All
let you
right.
know right now, just avoid it at all costs. Have you heard of jungle juice? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, you know what? You're pure. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't. If you ever see either of those two
I'm
drinks,
sure. Did
do
you hear
not-
what I called the banana team earlier?
do not not consume either drink is what I'm saying right now. So we're going to jump in here. Bananenlutscher facing off against Trikitrakatelas over here for game number 1, Tower Control, Hagglefish Market. Looks like they're just kind of finalizing this lobby real quick. Do you have any bets? Do you know what you think is going to take this set? Because I think it might go to Trikitrakatelas.
Yeah, I mean, the track record says that they're right on par with those 2 other teams in Smoothie and Nightmare going 3-2 that sent them down into the losers bracket. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to show just how strong they've been in this set as well. We do actually see both teams going for a backline. We've got the E-leader on the side of Trikitrakatelas and on the side of Bananenlutscher. We've got the Squiffer, actually, so not a traditional backline, but it could definitely allow your team to come back and make a nice snipe for them to allow them to get back in. And I think it's a nice pick on a map like Hagglefish, where you don't really need too much range. You've got certain angles that you can play with, and let's see if they're able to do that. And it also has that big bubbler for the tower itself. You don't need someone else to do it for you if you're the backline on the tower.
And speaking of backliners, you can easily get flanked as one on a map like this from the right side, right? Because when you're coming from the left, you get a really easy trip over there. But sometimes people want to get tricky and go over from the right side. That's going to be the first push coming here from Bananenlutscher with the bubbler, going to be able to give them a nice free trip, and that's probably going to be a free checkpoint, number 1. Even if they end up getting wiped here, they're still probably going to break that first checkpoint. Oh, maybe not. Oh, I guess they weren't able to get on there. They wasn't able to see what was going on over there. They're back at checkpoint 1. They managed to go down immediately. No bombs coming out and no checkpoint being broken.
Yeah, so you got to give credit to these players on the side of Trikitrakatelas, as they were able to completely stop that one. It might have been just 1 or 2 players able to stop that whole push there on the tower. As we did see the members on Bananenlutscher just pushing up and trying to get something going in spawn, but no, on the other end though, we do see things happening quickly as 2 members are already down over here on the offense, and that's going to be the end of that push actually. But the players elect to go away from the tower, wipe the rest of the team, and now Trikitrakatelas is on the offensive, able to definitely get this checkpoint, as no member is really going to be able to get in close. And that's actually a huge pick right there on that right side. That's going to clear them up to get even more points and move on towards the second checkpoint.
That map is looking pretty yellow until that Booyah Bomb came in and tried to disrupt everything. Not going to be able to break up that second one, but you saw the struggle to get past that first one for both teams. Good pick coming out from Yaru. Going to be able to get back on that tower. All they need to do is just tap it really quick on top to make it start going backwards even faster, but they're still kind of fighting over it. Going to be able to jump up here, goes for the crowd. This is a perfect place for them to be able to come through, shoot off some bombs as well as some more shots, shooting it at the tower, as Trikitrakatelas is yet to give up on that tower.
Yeah, but drops down into a 1v2 situation. Yaru's going to get taken down by Morsa and a teammate there. Booyah Bomb's going to be coming up and allow them to just be more aggressive. Did throw the Fizzy Bomb as well, so surprised they didn't follow up on that one, but I think they're just going to wait for the rest of their team to try and make something happen here. Yaru once again drops down into that left part right there, going into a 1v2 situation. A nice snipe coming out, I believe, onto the Squiffer right there to really open up things for Nikocado and the rest of the members of the team, as they're just going to push on forward into the spawn. He's going to get taken down, but I mean, they've got the specials, they've got the tower pushed up a little bit further. They can just keep the offensive going here and really just stall this game out. They don't really need to do too much, but actually, as I mentioned, that Bananenlutscher actually able to wipe out most of the members of them. They really only have 1 member on the other team there that's Sharkin, and they might be able to pick them out. I don't think they know that somebody's Sharkin because he's looking around, but he doesn't know exactly where. The jump out is going to come out, and that's going to be their signal to really push this one forward now.
Yo, we got to give credit where credit's due. Sparrow managed to get 2 of those clutch picks. Suction Bomb be able to take out one of the crabs, and then went for a Trizuka to get another pick on top of that to just stop that push in its tracks from Trikitrakatelas from being able to go forward. Now, Bananenlutscher looking for some more floor painting here on the blue, gets a 2v1 win, and now they're going to be able to push this tower even further. They're going to push back into the enemy lines, tries to do a 1v1, takes a trade, and honestly, that's a good trade in their favor. They got Bubbler ready to rock here, still hanging on there, unfortunately gets sniped from all the way in the back.
Yeah, nice snipe right there to really shut things down, because, I mean, they were probably going to be able to get the lead off of that one. Might not have been able to get fully past that checkpoint, but lead was definitely something that they could have taken away from that push right there. Now it's going to be Morsa pushing on up. Knows that his teammates are right behind him. spots that one out there. Spots Spara on the right side. Gonna try to push onto it. Gets the direct as well. Are they able to clean this one up though? It doesn't seem like it is. Just gonna back up. Try and just force them back to the middle of the map. And I mean, Spara played that right. Just was patient. Didn't force anything. Was the person who got hit right away and just able to get themselves back to their team. And now, because of it, their team has 3 specials at the ready, actually 2, because one of them went down, but they're going to use them to push on forward here.
Setting up shop with that bubbler. Almost got flanked, takes a trade. It's not going to be the best trade in the world. That would have been really helpful if they could have stayed alive a little bit longer to kind of push that tower up forward, because right now they're just kind of scrapping. Look at Sprout chasing after him, forces him to retreat, but unfortunately he needed to get that pick. I feel like without that pick, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yes,
he has
exactly.
the Booyah Bomb at the ready, so that they're saving that one for this last push. Just going to throw that Booyah onto the tower, but they might not even need it here. The Booyah is going to be coming onto the tower, and Nikocado is just going to jump right on. Perfect display. You mentioned it. He needed to get that pick because the sloshing machine had the Booyah Bomb at the ready to shut things down, and once they did, the rest of the members on the side, Trikitrakatelas was able to get on the tower and end that game before anything got out of control.
Dude, there was nothing Bananenlutscher could have done in that situation, purely because it was Booyah Bomb followed by Ink Strike. So just nothing but like a smoke screen all over the tower. If you try to like jump on that, you're gonna die. And if you're the other opponent's team, you just jump in the middle of it, you just tap it, and you win because it was in overtime. So it's always nice to have those checkmate situations on tower control. That's what makes Booyah Bomb and Ink Strike really good, is just for those situations.
Yeah, you always want to have some special at the ready for, you know, when you're defending in any tower control overtime situation, that'll put you guys in a position that just force everyone off the tower. So you could have one member just quickly jump on. Booyah is able to do that. Tri-Strike's able to do that. Whale can do that, you know, to a certain extent, as well as missiles. But I think they played that perfectly right there. Able to hold on to their specials, realize their win condition was that Booyah Bomb. And able to secure that one for themselves as we move on to game number 2, Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Let's see what we have going here.
Now, I want to get your thoughts. What are your thoughts on the fact that there's no splat zones in this set?
You want my honest thoughts? I think Splat Zones.
I want honesty.
Since Splatoon 1, Splat Zones has probably been the least entertaining mode.
Yo!
So this is pretty damn fun to watch. So,
you said it. You said unfiltered, and you gave it.
Yeah. Right here, we do have a pretty even fight. I say that as 2 members just go down, I think, to bombs. I don't even know what they really went down to, as nobody was really close to them there. We do see the quick push coming out from Trikitrakatelas to get this first checkpoint, and this is a really bad position for Bananenlutscher, as they have that big bubbler at the ready, but that's a little bit of a defensive special. They might not be able to do much with it. We do have Yaro coming in for the flank, able to get 2 actually and stop this one before things get out of hand here. And right as I say that, somehow that flank was able to really do a lot of work for them to stop that one from happening.
What's absolutely horrifying is this game could have been over now. Like, if they managed to win one more fight, that could have easily been the game and the set. But thankfully, Bananenlutscher was able to hang in there, get that double pick with the flank, and now there's this free trail for them to be able to get up there. They kind of forgot to paint that for them, but that's okay. They can paint it themselves. I like how they managed to go to the left a little bit to try to get out of line of sight from the opponents. Now, Bananenlutscher takes the lead and is now trying to push us a little bit further. Here comes the crab. This could be something big. Unfortunately, they managed to go down because they got a little bit overzealous with that push. Here comes the Ink Strike. I don't know how they have managed to miss that crab with it. And now Yaro trying to just escape from everything. Unfortunately, you cannot get out of there once that paint is gone.
Yeah, Spara just going to back up. Set's going to be able to provide some reinforcements here. At least control mid, and that's always a good thing when your whole team does go down on the push. If you have just one member able to at least control mid, that means that the enemy team is going to have to fight back just to get in that position, and you know, really have to work to get any points on the board here. Spara's going to be picking up that Rainmaker rather quickly. Everything is going in their direction. I'm surprised they went down there, but it was taking a little bit too much chip damage from everything, and that's going to be the end of that push for the time being. Nikaido gets 1 taken down here, looking for maybe a second as they see 2 members just on that ramp in front of them. Morsa tries to help him out here, and this could be the start of a push here. They do have numbers, and they do have most control of mid now, as the members of Bananenlutscher are just pushed back.
The fact that Nikaido is even alive right now after all of that is astounding. Not to mention all these picks he's starting to rack up bit by bit. And now this push, this could be the push they're looking for, right? Here comes the Ink Strikes. Gonna put up not only the smoke screen, but also just start painting the map as blue as possible. Now, it's not about getting that knockout just yet. Yes, you do want it, so you can just end it, but all you gotta do is just try to get past that remaining 35 points and just play defense for 2 minutes. But you know they want a little bit more, trying to just hang in there for a little bit longer. They need to get up there and play a little bit more aggressive. Oh, they managed to make the push. They
do get the lead right there. Sparrow won a very important 1v1 for Bananenlutscher, as they could have really racked up a lot of points on the other side there, as they do able to get a couple extra right there just off the pop and a quick dive towards the Rainmaker. It would have pushed them all the way to 25 here. And you know, if they're able to keep up this aggression for another 40, 50 seconds, that could be just enough for them to hold on to this game, not even allow the members of Bananenlutscher to really even get another push going on the other direction.
Thing is, Nikaido was sharking that whole time, got a pick, and became a jumping zone for his teammates to get back in there. So now they're still fighting up there. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Rainmaker in time, so it reset all the way back to mid. And now it's almost like they have to start back from scratch.
Yeah, but they do have the lead, so as long as they're able to be the aggressive ones in this situation, not really give the other team even a chance to play offense, that should be the lead for them. And you know, generally on this type of map, where you're pushing towards that left side, your left side, the enemy's right, that's probably the best place to stall the Rainmaker out anyway, because it's just so far from the other side of the map where they could score some points. So as long as you're aggressive here, Bananenlutscher can't really do anything.
And there's plenty of walls for you to be able to hide behind, but now we got 4v2 at this point. Doesn't need to push that hard, right? Like, you notice the Rainmaker is I mean, at this point, the manager's going to brute force this, right? Managed to get over there, get another 4 points to add just a little bit of a, you know, some salt to the wound for Bananenlutscher, because at this point, they only got enough time for one more push. They got to push it all the way back from their home base. Let's see if they can try to reset it in time. The manager's going to pick it up. They're going to hold on to it and push it as far as they can, because this might be the last push they get.
Definitely probably going to be the last push that they have a chance at making here. 2 members already down, though. Alpha is going to get sniped as well,
no.
And the Rainmaker's all the way in their spawn. Just by the time they're able to even get the members back into, you know, the middle of the map, they have to remember that Rainmaker's ticking down. Might not be able to even have enough time to make a push. I like Yaru being aggressive, knows they don't have much time, is going to go down, though, after the trade. Oh, but Set is going to get taken down by that crab, unfortunately. And Trikitrakatelas is going to be able to take game number 2, end the set, and find themselves in losers finals.
Bro, there was actually a moment where Bananenlutscher looked like they might have had a chance to actually go for a legit push. You saw them kind of stalling, even though there was only one person left alive on the team. That person was the Rainmaker. Because they were in home base, they just kind of patiently waited for the 3 teammates to spawn back in, and they started to get some picks and managed to go for that push. Unfortunately, Trikitrakatelas managed to just shut that down completely, take both game 1 and game 2, and is going to get their run back over here in losers side of things. Going to face off against Smoothie in losers finals.
Yeah, so the Mexican cookies do win against the bananas, but do they win against the smoothies? History shows us
Banana
that they
smoothie?
do not.
What's your favorite smoothie?
Oh, that's a good question. Anything with strawberry, I think. I really like
banana?
strawberry. I hate bananas. I can deal with banana smoothies.
You don't like bananas?
I hate bananas. They're like they make me want to throw up. They're terrible.
Bro, so you don't like Donkey Kong? Is that what you're telling me? Don't like some Donkey Kong country? You know what I'm saying?
Mean, I don't have to eat the fucking. I don't have to eat the bananas in in Donkey Kong.
The bananas. You know how in Donkey Kong.
The bananas.
You know how in Donkey Kong 64, when they open up one of the walls and you get that golden banana appears and that sound effect plays and they go, "Oh, banana." That's my favorite voice line in the entirety of video games, just bar none.
I mean, I love the voice line. I just hate bananas.
What
As we've got Splat Zones, they're terrible. We've got Splat Zones, Sturgeon Shipyard coming up as our first game in the next set. Pretty classic map. How do you feel about this one?
You know, like I actually, if I'm being real, I don't have too much an opinion on Shipyard because this is the type of stage that, you know, you have those little bit of high grounds like right above the middle of the map, right? And that allows you to be able to kind of get some, you know, little bit of snipes, a little bit of be able to jump onto the platforms out loud that like kind of rotate a little bit to get you into the enemy lines. But it's like interesting for a game number one. I think it's not the most neutral of maps, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think this one could turn, for at least a Splat Zones map, it could get out of hand pretty quickly if the enemy team is able to, keep you out of your own, I guess, court area. If they're able to get pretty advantageous positions, up on your snipe, one member pushing up, and you have to drop down into them, things can get out of hand pretty quickly on a map like this. So I think both teams maybe try to take advantage of that. Earlier, we saw Smoothie obviously not running any a backline, so a lockout situation could be either really good for them if they're on the offensive, or really bad where they're trying to get themselves back in against a longer range comp. Could really spell doom for them here. So Smoothie, if they want to be the aggressors here, really have to make sure that none of the members really go down and things get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, and with Surgeon Shipyard, I feel like it's so easy to overwhelm people in their enemy base because there's so many different places for you to like shark. You know what I'm saying? Because if you use the rotating platform to get up really high on that really tall platform in the end, like you can just kind of hide up there, wait for someone to like walk through the enemy base, like they're just trying to go back into the mid, and they can just like throw a bomb on them, jump on them, get a nice 2v1 against them. There's so many different places to hide on Sturgeon Shipyard when you're just trying to get on top of that. And then on Splat Zones itself, you can like go below too, and that allows you to kind of sneak below them. If they have like a charger on the middle of the map, if they're holding down the zones, it allows you to be able to get up behind them as well. So different types of avenues to be able to like kind of like sneak by your opponents.
Yeah, and I think like I said earlier, that could really play into Smoothie's advantage here with all the aggression we saw from them earlier. It's just if they're able to do that. So recap of the players we saw earlier, or the strategies we saw on Smoothie. They were rocking double splash a couple times, 52 gal, Junior.
Meta.
Yep, and the sloshing machine as well was coming out from them. So a bunch of shooters plus that sloshing machine. Decent variety of specials, ones that you can't really go wrong with that much. You got the crab tank, you never go wrong with that one. Booyah Bomb, able to cap the zone for yourselves, and obviously have the ability to bring out either big bubbler, whales if you need. So a decent variety, at least in the specials, coming out from Smoothie.
I think what makes Splash-O-Matic such a strong weapon is the fact that, like, no matter what the special is on it, it's still a very commanding weapon just in fights alone. So the fact that it also has one of the best specials in the game makes it's like a no-brainer that it would enter the meta, and you'll see multiple teams running two of them at the same time. Because with Splash-O-Matic, you can get those easy 4 splats because of the intense accuracy. As long as your accuracy is really good, you will hit all your shots. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's very little RNG with that weapon in comparison to like like the like Junior, I guess.
Junior, the gals, those type of things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
and I mean, just Crab Tank in general, like that. I think that's part of the reason that they can get away with not using a backline, because your special has just as much range.
That is the backline.
Yeah, that's the backline, especially when you have 2 of them. I feel like that can put so much pressure onto E-Leader on the other side, where they're not really able to really get much, a pressure going the other way. If Smoothie wants to elect to not go with any backline, they just have to be ready with the specials to deal with the E-Leader on the other end, and I think they do have that capability.
Now, I didn't actually get the opportunity to watch earlier sets of this tournament because I was in the middle of traveling to get home to be able to get the mic on ready to go for this tournament. But I am looking up earlier in the bracket when these two faced off against each other in winter semis. They took it to a Game 5 scenario. So I am assuming that was a close set, if anything. So it'd be really cool to see quite the set this time around on top of that. Smoothie wants to get the run back against Nightmare, and Trikitrakatelas wants to get the run back against Smoothie themselves. So just tons of revenge stories going on here, and to see who can be able to try to get the tables turned on them, or if we're just going to see a repeat of history.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at that set also, it is a little bit of a different map, but we did see Splat Zones on Brinewater Springs between these two. We are going to be seeing Splat Zones up first here, and Smoothie did take the advantage on Splat Zones in that set, winning the only game of Splat Zones between them. So, might spell well for them in this one as well.
Yeah, and actually, I am getting word. Popgun just put it up in the Discord. Apparently, Tricky lost game number 5 in the past set purely because they disconnected.
That is true. I did see that on stream. Yeah, they were in a very advantageous position actually on the final map, which is Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard, which we're going to Sturgeon Shipyard here. But you know, a DC just meant that the other team was able to snowball right into their spawn on Tower Control, and they weren't really able to do much, you know, once that DC happened. So if that DC didn't happen, it was like a 80% chance we would have seen Trikitrakatelas in winners finals.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, this is their opportunity to get that run back. Try to, like, you know, make this go into their favor. It's gonna jump here into game number 1, losers finals. This is Proving Grounds 4 coming at you live. Let's dive in. You're gonna see Smoothie over here on the orange side of things, Tricky on the green team, and it's gonna be a race to the middle of that map as they're off to the races themselves. You're gonna notice that you're gonna have one player going off to the side to try to build as much meter as possible on their path towards the middle of the map. You're already seeing some people getting into the enemy zones. You saw Boopy had to go for a 1v1. Look how close they are into his own territory. He somehow survives, gets 2 picks on top of that, and is going to be able to convert this into a splat zone claim.
Great play from Boopy right there. The other team has the range advantage, so you need to be as aggressive as possible and get yourself in there before they're really able to set up. And Boopy was able to do that, taking down the E-leader right away, giving his team full possession of the zone. And, you know, they've got a lot of space to even build more specials. A couple players are about halfway there. Oh, but 2 are actually going to go down as they were maybe a little bit too aggressive, not really sharking to the best of their abilities. Gonna just try to force them off with that Booyah Bomb Tri-Strike coming out as well from Trikitrakatelas, able to switch the zone back in their favor, and now they've got position. A trade happens in the middle of the map as both teams are just going back and forth here.
Yeah, you're going to notice a lot of these teams going for the Booyah Bomb into Ink Strike like combination because it's so good at being able to try to help you claim the zone as well as just force people away from a specific point for a very long time. It's going to be another pick coming out in favor of Smoothie. You're going to notice Lost going in there with the Carbon Roller, pushing it very far. Going kind of sneaking around because they're going to rock that Ninja Squid, be able to try to hide where they're positioning, going left and right, weaving back and forth. Now going to return back to base. Going to use this turning platform, which I was talking about, to be able to shark. It's a really good hiding spot when you're trying to get the jump on them. Oh no, gets called out by Trizuka. Going to throw out another special out there, try to get those lines against opponents. Again, it's going to be able to reveal their opponent's position as well as tap on a little bit of damage.
Yep, if Trikitrakatelas isn't able to act quickly, and they do, they get the 3-down situation. Things could have gone pretty wrong really quickly for them right there, as there were only 20 ticks remaining for Smoothie. But nevertheless, Nikaido and the members of Trikitrakatelas able to get the zone, force everyone back. But we've got specials coming online for both teams here. Crab tanks at the ready. We've got a crab tank war going back and forth. Nikaido was not really in the most advantageous position to shoot back at the other crab tank, so that's going to force him back here. But one member actually on the other side does go down, so if they're able to just follow up and help each other get these splats, things could spell well for them. But Boopy's actually able to take down one, trades with another, and that's going to be Smoothie getting the zone right back.
Boys gonna be right down Boopy. They're taking a while to paint up that zone, by the way. Finally managed to take away that zone, add on some penalty points to their opponents. They're gonna remain with that lead by a 19-point difference. Now it's up to Tricky to try to play this approaching game. They're getting a little bit too far. You saw a little bit of hits coming out from these splash bombs. That's going to be one pick going down on both sides. Good trade. Lost going to go for a shark. Has to move because of the shots coming out, exposing his position. Going to have to force him to move it back a little bit. Runs back behind a wall. Tries to get a little circle flank on him. Can't get too much out of there. That's going to be another pick for Tricky in the back line. We're seeing a ton of lost movement here. Trying to survive. Getting a lot of good shots with these burst bombs, but not being able to find any meaningful picks.
Oh, they do have the ink strikes to come out, but Don't Savor was just able to take him down before anything even happened right there. Oh, that's another one going down on the side of Trikitrakatelas. They're gonna not able to get the zone in time, though. They had two members down on Smoothie, but just wasn't able to paint the zone back. So that's unfortunate for them. Smoothie gonna be able to take game number one, and I'd say a pretty back and forth game.
It was really back and forth, but I think the thing that put Smoothie over the edge was their survivability. There were so many different opportunities where we saw both Lost and Boopy kind of engage in fights in the deep lines, while also like weaving and knowing exactly when to turn around to be able to hold on to their life as much as possible. It's one thing that people kind of overlook in this game is surviving is so much more important than getting those picks, unless you're like in an overtime situation and you need to make a pick now. But more often than not, it's way smarter and better play to be able to shoot your shot. If it doesn't get the pick, whatever, retreat back, circle around, try to get a flank on them. We saw that when we had the point of view on Lost, especially there at the end. We saw so many opportunities from Lost where he was just throwing burst bombs, doing a lot of safe picks, because as a roller, you need to be right in their face in order to get any sort of meaningful damage. So instead, he's just picking at people with the burst bombs, which is going to force the opponents to retreat, allows him to circle back, try to play a little bit more safe. And then especially at the beginning when Boopy was looking like Neo, bro, you saw that opportunity when Boopy was jumping around and took a 1v2.
Yeah, Boopy, we saw from the beginning of the match them just, able to put themselves in really advantageous positions, even on the enemy side of the map. So kudos to them to just take advantage of their play and really put the other members on the side of Trikitrakatelas on their heels. We saw the beginning of the game, the opening was Boopy winning a nice 1v2 situation. That they were able to take out the E leader while they were in the middle of a fight with somebody else, and then suddenly they're calling out to their teammate at the same time to come and help them. The teammate comes in, able to clean that up, and that really opened up the game to start. And that really sets the tone for the rest of the game. Yeah, the other team was able to get the zone at certain points, but that's a great start for yourself and really sets yourself up for good momentum throughout the rest of the game.
Now, I'm looking at the chat of Discord, and I'm starting to see a pattern here. I'm seeing some tower control eel tail yet again. Is this actually happening?
Yeah. Trikitrakatelas taking us to tower control eel tail, which, if you remember from, like you said, that last winners final set, Nightmare taking Smoothie over there and able to win out in a I believe 4 points to 5 points victory. So I guess maybe Trikitrakatelas either likes the map themselves or they saw that Smoothie lost on it and wanted to take them there. But you mentioned it when we were previewing that map last time, that E-Leader or Chargers in general can be really strong. We weren't able to see that in the last set, but Trikitrakatelas has been running an E-Leader throughout all these games pretty much.
And it's crazy to see them like always going for this pick, because again, if they did any sort of research, they saw that Smoothie did lose on that map. Maybe it had something to go with that. They could easily pick a charger. We did see a charger coming out from Tricky in the past set, so that's easily something they could bring towards the table. But the one question that's on everyone's mind is, where's Wahoo World? We worked that hard to save it, and it's not even going to show up.
I think that map is gone, bro.
Really?
I don't think we saved it. I think so.
You think they took it?
I think they took that one.
Well, rest in peace. Actually, don't rest in peace. They can just rest.
Also, shout out to my god Salmon Run teammates who carried me to a gold trophy. Thank you.
Yo!
The randoms I found that carried me to a gold trophy. Thank you so much. I'll never forget you guys.
150, 200 points, I feel. If I knew it was going to be that close, I would have worked way harder, dude. I got to 101 and I only played for like 2 hours. Like, I'm probably not going to make it. And I was like, wait, I made bronze with 101, only a couple tries. I could have tried harder a little bit more. It's so fun, dude. I already missed Big Run.
Actually had a really fun time with that. I know it was Salmon Run on a different map, but just competing for a high score, I see why people like to do Salmon Run as much as they do.
There's something about booting up into the game and listening to horror music in the main lobby that just like, it really hits different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But Trikitrakatelas is going to need to do something quickly or horror music's going to be playing for them real soon.
Yeah, right. Okay, we're getting a different, looks like there's a miscommunication. It looks like Eeltail was banned. So we're not going to that map. It looks like there's a little bit of a misselection there. So it looks like Haggle and Eeltail were the ones that got banned for tower control. But it is going to be a tower control map.
Yep, and we should be getting it any second now. Yep, those were the two maps that were banned. Still waiting on Trikitrakatelas to pick a map that they like to go for. But, tower control in general, I think this is could spell pretty well for them. Generally, you know, a nice backline for yourself could at least put yourself in a good defensive position where you're always able to stop that tower. You know, even if the rest of your teammates go down, you at least have a shot of stopping a tower at a checkpoint. You know, it's a non-moving target at that point for the most part. You just need to hit your shot to really, you know, stall the enemy team out so the rest of your team can get there. So maybe that'll play into Tricky's advantage here. Still taking a while to think about this counter pick though. So
yeah, I know, man. Speaking of stalling, how was your day, bro?
My day's been pretty good, actually. I was away for about a month, working at a different hospital than usual.
Oh.
So, nice to be back in my own apartment.
Yeah, imagine like not being home for that long. That's a long time, dude. I'm used to traveling like on the weekends for like events and stuff, but one of my favorite things is to like sleep in my own bed again. So I can't imagine not sleeping in my bed for like over a month.
Yeah, it was not fun, to say the least. My back hurts just from sleeping in a different bed. But I digress. Hopefully it'll be better soon. How about yourself?
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Oh, you know how it is, man. Just did some traveling today. When I say traveling, I mean I went around the city and ran errands, like grocery shopping and stuff. But saw some friends I haven't seen in a while, and I was like, hey, let's meet up. Let's hang out. Someone was visiting from out of town, so we ended up going to get some ramen over at a ramen shop over in New York City. Had some great ramen, dude. Those noodles hit different, dude. I was like, I haven't like ate out in a long time, so that was like something special, especially with friends. And even then, I feel like food could taste like, it doesn't matter how bad food is. If you're in good company, it's a good meal.
I completely agree. Like, anytime you have a couple people around, good meal, things can't go wrong there. We do finally have the map from Trikitrakatelas. It is going to be Tower Control and Sturgeon Shipyard. So we're going right back to Sturgeon Shipyard. We just changed the map. Why do we take that long if we were just going back to the same place?
This is that took forever to get that counter pick, but I'm glad we're finally here for Sturgeon, of all things, for Tower Control. Again, we saw this map a little bit earlier with Tower Control specifically. Again, as I like to describe it, it's a moving platform that has a little bit of pull in the middle. Gonna see some no juniors to see of. No one really wants to go for that bubbler with that weapon, but that's okay. We still got some great specials to be able to bring out here. Gonna shot going for these Elir picks, managed to get one, looking for a second one, but unfortunately, they're going for these trades all over the place. No one's really challenging shot right now, and Smoothie's just kind of completely exposed and try to get these picks. Being gonna be that free jump-in spot on top of that, and that's gonna be the first tower pick coming out from Smoothie.
Yeah, one shot was not really able to make much happen there, and we saw the rest of their team just get taken down one by one as a result. Now, Smoothie, though, is going to be pushing on forward. Should be able to get that first checkpoint, rather, pretty quickly, as no one's really in position to stop them, and things could snowball really quickly here, as there were already two down. Actually, two down on both sides, so Boopy really has to win this 1v1 right here. Oh, but not going to be able to do much. Robert is going to come in, actually able to get two before being taken down by Nikaido here. And Nikaido, though, should be able to win this, and that's going to be the end of the push as well. Very crucial pick from Morsa and Nikaido to end that one there. And now they just get to build up their specials, control mid, and get something going back in the other direction.
That whole fight was just a bunch of trades until it turned into a 1v1 at the second. Nikaido did have the advantage in terms of like weapon choice and the distance they were from each other, so I'm glad he was able to finish it off and stop the push. And now it's Tricky's turn to be able to push this as far as they can. Unfortunately, they're gonna have two go down, and no, Losh, she fell down. Get the camera off her, no one saw it.
Yep, she's gonna get taken down right there by her own fruition. And now the members on the side of Smoothie, though, don't really mind. They were able to still... How'd she get right back here so quick? Already able to take down one. But it's a nice jump into the team to really take advantage of, you know, the members of Trikitrakatelas not really able to make anything happen on the other end off of her demise. So kudos to them to come back in and already make an impact. We see the Trizuka coming out, trying to at least displace those members and maybe get a lucky pick as well. Wasn't able to really make something happen there, but lost. She's going to keep moving on forward. Oh, going to be pushed back. We do have 2 down, 3 down though on Trikitrakatelas from the rest of the team members, but that tower is heading back to mid, so that could still be pretty good for Trikitrakatelas. They got a little bit of a time advantage if they're able to get back in quickly.
Smoothie was going in so hard that they kind of just forgot about the objective for a second. They're like, wait, I thought you had it. And they had to like run back there, get on that tower. By the time they managed to get back on there, all of Trikitrakatelas is back in play to be able to try to make this fight. But look at this push from Smoothie. Already down to 17 points, and Loss is the last one alive. And as I say that, there's the wipeout coming out. Even though we saw a little bit of a fallout from Loss earlier on, she was able to regroup insanely fast and start doing some meaningful picks and getting a lot of paint on the floor to be able to make this big push.
Yep, 17 is a really strong push on this map. And on the other side, they haven't even gotten past the first checkpoint. So a really strong position if you're Smoothie. You just need to hold on defense. But like we've been saying a couple times throughout this cast, it can be a little bit hard to put on a good defense without, you know, a solid backline member. But they've got the specials to do it. They've got the Booyah Bomb almost at the ready, but 3 go down on the side of Smoothie. They are going to have that Booyah any second now, but they need to make sure that they don't use it before the rest of their team is able to capitalize off of it. Actually, they're going to get taken down, I believe, by a snipe. So great shot from one shot right there. They're going to be able to take down this checkpoint, and that should be the lead actually going in the other direction, as they've got all the specials. They've got everything to really go in this favor. Might be able to knock this one out as well if anybody's just able to step on that tower.
They already did the hard part. They got rid of that second checkpoint. Now they're going to get back on here, push even further, using the Ink Strike for a free push. Gets a double in the process, and that's going to be game 2. Going to Trikitrakatelas.
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing that right? I don't even know, man. Like I'm
we're pronouncing it close enough. We're pronouncing it close enough. But yeah, I mean, I think that really just comes down to, you know, sometimes you don't have the weapons for a good defense. Yeah, we were great on offense, but if we're not able to really, you know, have our specials at the right moment, things could go down for us quickly. We saw 3 members quickly get taken down. Only the sloshing machine on the side of Smoothie was up for themselves, and I believe they either got taken down by a snipe or were just one of the members on the side of Trikitrakatelas being aggressive there, and that kind of spelled doom for them. They were at like 97% of their special, and you know, you never want to go down with that little much. They might have actually used it because I saw the little indicator at the top go away for a second, so maybe they did use it and were taken down during the Booyah Bomb. Not sure, but unfortunate for them regardless, as now Smoothie is on the counter-picking stage. And at this point, I think I want to see Sturgeon Shipyard just on a new mode.
Yeah, literally. I mean, we've seen Splat Zones, we've seen Tower Control. We haven't seen Clam Blitz in this top 4 just yet. I know that map gets a little bit of, you know, people don't like Clam Blitz that much, but I think that's a lot of solo queue talking. I feel like solo queue Clam Blitz can be very frustrating, but when you actually have communications with your teammates, you can actually make some really meaningful pushes because you're like coordinating how you're going to do it. I think Clam Blitz could be one of the most fun modes ever in like scrims or tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, Clam Blitz in general, very coordination heavy mode. Need to always know where the clams are, where your teammates are in position, relative to, you know, how much clams they have. Are they going to be in a position where they can score quickly? So let's see what Smoothie is able to take, you know, pick in this next one. I definitely want to pick a map where you know, you have advantage comp wise. You're running a shorter range comp. Let's pick something that works in our favor in that regard, and kind of takes maybe the E-leader out of play for a little bit. And, you know, maps in this game that come to mind, I guess that could do that is the first one would be Mako Mart. Possibly
But
just...
I think we're going to Sturgeon again.
Are we really?
This is a Sturgeon Shipyard set going straight back over to Splat Zones. I mean, they won on it, so I guess why not pick it again? I guess.
Oh, you're allowed to do that? That's interesting. Well, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
if the other team doesn't ban it, because they have a chance to ban it. So it's on them at that point. The maps that Trikitrakatelas did ban were Mako and Brianwater. So maybe that's why we didn't go to Mako. Who knows?
I think Mako was. I think Mako was banned because of the roller, in my honest opinion. I feel like because it's a small stage, it allows the roller to be able to get some meaningful picks because they're able to get to the middle as fast as possible. So I get why they probably went for that ban.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they've got some adjustment that they can make here, Trikitrakatelas, to get themselves into a better position on this map this time. I mean, for the most part, that game 1 was pretty back and forth. It just, you know, they were never able really to get a lockout, was Trikitrakatelas. So if they're able to get a nice lockout on this map, and similar to what we just saw in the tower control game, it could be really hard for Smoothie to get themselves back in.
Yeah, just be able to try to get back in there. and try to get some, some big pushes while we wait for this game 3 to load, man. And I feel like, this is kind of like what we see a lot with Splatoon 3, especially when we entered the counterpick territory, is it tends to be a little bit of a long of a wait for that next game to come in. But that only just builds the tension of just kind of waiting for the next game to like come up, right? It's a tied game. It's 1-1. Tricky wants to get that run back against Smoothie, and Smoothie wants to get back in that grand final spot, try to get that number 1 first place finish. But guys, we got this cool graphic here. Look at this.
Yep, we do have the Splat World Championships. I guess it's not where it's not visible to the stream, but there we go. Now we have the Splat World Championships visible to the stream, I believe, which is going to be, I believe, tomorrow morning for us. So we do have Starburst and Sayonara representing North America, 2 of the top teams in that region, time and time again, seeing them. And then on the other side, we see Alliance Rogue and Oro Jackson, featuring, pretty much Europe's finest there. So 4 really strong teams that, when we see these events where, the West versus Japan, sometimes, it's heavily favored in Japan. But I think these are 4 strong teams that really stand a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, if history repeats itself from Splatoon 2, is that Japan just kind of dominates. I feel like Japan's like really ahead of the NA meta from Splatoon 2. We haven't really seen too much of them competing against each other so far in Splat 3. Like, yes, there's Area Cup, but Area Cup's kind of like a different story because it's purely Splat zones. It doesn't really show all the different game modes. So when Splat World Championships coming up literally tonight or early in the morning, going to be some great Splatoon action. I cannot even wait for even more lands to come up. I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be like, if Nintendo repeats what they've done with like Splatoon 2 tournaments, we'll probably be seeing them at like gaming conventions like PAX or E3 or something like that. I would love to see what it's going to be able to bring to the table here in the future when these teams start facing off in LAN.
Yeah, definitely. And just, to harp on these teams a little bit more, Starburst, to some, not just the best team in North America, but I've heard some pretty prominent players in the scene say that they might be the best in the world. They just need to, put that on paper and actually win those events when they go toe-to-toe with Japan. And then Alliance Rogue, honestly, didn't have the greatest start to Splatoon 3. Still a great start, but for them, they want to be one of those top 1 or 2 teams. And I think now they finally established themselves as such, being on a tear and proving themselves to be the number 1 team in Europe. As we go back to this grand finals, though, however, and see Smoothie and or losers finals rather, and Trikitrakatelas go back at it. 1-1, repeating Splat Zone's Sturgeon Shipyard. Not seeing much change coming out from either team here. And, honestly, it was a back and forth game. Might not need it. Just need better execution this time around if you're Trikitrakatelas.
Bro, already a pick with the E-Leader, getting those big picks, especially on a map like this where you can get that really huge high ground. Allows you to get a lot of big damage, but now you're going to see Tricky coming in, playing a little bit aggressive, forcing Smoothie kind of out of position. They're not being able to get any sort of approaches. They're on the low ground, but managed to finally get that first pick. That's going to allow them to be able to get some more push, especially with this Booyah Bomb coming their way. Going to use a smoke screen on top of that to be able to go for that trade. That's going to be a trade in their favor, because not only is that Spike going to be able to fend them off there at the very end, it's also going to paint that a little bit blue. Look at Robert going in there. Unfortunately, got on too late. Recognizes the situation, backs up, tries to stay alive so he can manage to do some meaningful painting here on the zone.
Yeah, nice play from Robert to realize that they had to back out, use the burst bombs to just create a little extra space for themselves. And Trikitrakatelas has the zone, but no members on the side of Smoothie really went down there, and they might be able to make something happen quickly, as actually Fear's going to get forced back, gets taken down, though, and Lost able to pick that one up with her carbon roller, now pushing on forward, and actually might be able to force them off of that snipe area as well. Oh, they do drop down. Boopy's going to be able to kind of 2v1 that one with them, and now things are looking good if you're Smoothie. Have decent amount of control. Specials not really in your favor, as actually the Inkzuka is going to be coming out, taken down by that Splat Bomb, though, and still in a really good position, able to get the lead, and now the specials are going to be coming out on the other side. You just need to withstand that hold for a little bit longer.
Don't say we're trying to catch that landing. Unfortunately, it was going to be a rolling landing. Gets back into the map. Look at the Splash-O-Matic coming in clutch here. Lost coming back in with the carbon roll. Gets the pick on the E-leader. That's going to be huge for them. Getting rid of that backliner. And she's going to stay in the backline just like this. Going to go for some sharking opportunity. Splat Bomb's going to force her out of position. Has to jump back down. Still painting in this blue paint. Running that Ninja Squid. Has not been seen yet. Tries to go for a trade. Unfortunately goes down. But it might be a little bit too late for Tricky because there's only 5 points left to go. And they're nowhere near the middle of that zone. They even got one down. Unfortunately, that's going to be Smoothie taking Sturgeon Shipyard with Splat Zones for the second time this set.
Yeah, and now begs the question, are we going to be going back to Splat Zone's tower control? Or Sturgeon Shipyard tower control? It's Splat Zone's tower control.
Yeah, if I was a betting man, and I am, I'm going to say that we're probably going to go over to Sturgeon yet again with tower control. Can you imagine a world where this entire set gets played on Sturgeon?
If they do go back to tower control, Smoothie just has to gentleman's it and just say we're not banning Sturgeon. If you want to go there, go there.
Bro, all I'm saying is that map was faster than the wait for the map to begin.
Yeah, and I mean, just to talk about the actual game there, you mentioned it, Lost able to push up into the enemy base, and anytime in Splat Zones where you have control and you're able to take that fight over to the enemy instead of into the zone, that's just going to rack up more points for you because, you know, even if you die out there, your Death Ink is not going to be going, you know, onto the zone. It's not going to cap it back for the other team or stall it out at all. So it's just going to cost the enemy team lots of points going the other way, and that's exactly what you want to do. Lost able to do that for her team and pick up the win as well. And do we have any word on what we'll be going to on this next one?
Yeah, I mean, I was, like I said, Sturgeon Shipyard tower control. We know for a fact that game number 4 is indeed going to be tower control. We're just waiting on to see what that map's
Eeltail and Hagglefish are banned, so they did not ban Sturgeon Shipyard. We can 100%. We can 100% go back to them.
It is.
If they don't, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, literally, if this isn't a Sturgeon Shipyard set, then I don't want it.
And then the final one has to be Sturgeon Shipyard Rainmaker or something. Let's
go! Sturgeon!
Let's go. Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control. I can't remember the last time I've seen this map mode.
You know, I think I just saw it. It's like history's repeating itself.
Interesting.
The thing is... Okay, let me tell you about these counter picks, right? So game number 1 just happened to start on Sturgeon Shipyard, right? It was Splat Zone, Sturgeon Shipyard. And Tricky's like, bet, we're going with tower control. Now, Smoothie has one on Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zone, so they counterpick Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zone because they won on it. Now, Tricky won on tower control Sturgeon Shipyard, so of course they're going to pick it again if they can because they won on it previously. If history repeats itself, they'll get this win again. And I think the only way for them to bring this to a game 5, if they manage to do it, is to ban Sturgeon for game number 5. I think that's the only way to be able to go about this.
Pop Gun needs to step in, and it needs to be Sturgeon Shipyard, Rainmaker, or Clemblin.
I agree. Sturgeon or bust, bro. Like, literally DQ them if you don't pick Sturgeon for game number 5. But let's go. Game number 4, Tricky with the pink team. Smoothie on the green side of things, looking like a veggie smoothie out here. We've got to fight for control of that tower in the mid. Everyone's kind of playing safe right now, and no one trying to play a little bit over aggressive because, you know, sometimes you really can't, especially against the likes of an E-leader on Tricky. Having that charger in the backline to be able to get some easy snipes, it forces you to play as safe as possible. Look at this. Speaking of safe, that was not safe being down there. Going to go for a trade between the Tentactech and the Splasher. Going to be able to try to get some more action going on. Here comes the Crab. Going for yet another push. 3v3 moment. Tries to get a lot of hits on those Booyah Bombs. Unfortunately, all that armor's going to be able to tank right through it.
Yep, and that's a good start if your Trikitrakatelas is able to get 2 down. Maybe just push on forward and get this first checkpoint early, and that'll help your next push, you know, really strong. Get something going. We've already got Robert pushed back here. Yeah, he's going to have that crab at the ready, but like I said, nobody's going to be in position to really stop them from getting that first checkpoint. The Booyah comes out a second too late, and honestly, maybe should have just held on to that one if they're not able to get the picks that they want. But actually, they do able to get one and looking to get that second one onto the crab, but their crab runs out first. And oh, Robert now might be in a bad position as he just was not able to time that perfectly and make things happen for them. That's going to be Trikitrakatelas once again getting 2 down, and now they don't have to deal with that checkpoint on this next push.
Yeah, Robert got a little bit overzealous with that push, and now we got a Booyah Bomb coming out from Tricky, going to force them to get out of position, going to put that one-shot E-leader here on the zone. Want to back up instead. Try to get that pick on Boopy. Going to kind of force him into the back line. No one's really on tower just yet because we're going to get those picks first. Right now it's 2v2, so anything could happen here. Here comes the Trizuki. You see him like dive through, like left to right, trying to get those shots. One shot playing as safe as possible. Hanging onto this tower, not staying on it because he doesn't want to push up too far around, but managed to stop it to be able to put it right back into position. It's going to be a pick there on Lost again. 2v1, a small little trade in favor of Smoothie. It's going to force him to have to go back in retreating because they are down in numbers, but fantastic shot against Robert, but he managed to finally go down.
Yeah, Boopy comes in with the flank in a great position now with that crab tank, able to force back that sloshing machine right there. Is going to get taken down, at least their crab is, from the crab on the other side, but they're still in a pretty decent position, might be able to get the lead. They do get the lead. Specials come out from both teams as actually everybody goes down on the side of Smoothie to those tri-strikes, I guess. And now it's only Don't Save Her in mid, needing some saving from the rest of their team, and goes down to one shot right away. Trikitrakatelas able to send that right back in the other direction.
I always love these overhead shots because you can just tell exactly what's happening in the midst of the things before that next engagement, right? You just see how pink it is, how much stage control Tricky has with all of this like things happening as they're going to continue to make this push. This is the push they're looking for, right? Because they're at a deficit right now. Here come the specials, here come the Trizukas, here come the Tri-Shots, everything coming down, everything in the kitchen sink as they're going to try to get those crabs as we're on top of that, but unfortunately Smoothie's going to shoot down all three of them, and Law's going to try to go for this final push to get rid of the last one. Unfortunately, went a little bit too hard, managed to go for a trade, but that is a trade in favor of Smoothie because now they're the ones to control the tower. Only 2 points difference, a minute 30 on the clock. That's going to give them plenty of time to try to hold on to this tower for even longer. Unfortunately, got picked off in the middle of that corner. Marsa trying to play a little bit safe, was not enough pink paint around them to be able to try to like go out there. Another crab coming out, going to force them a little bit backwards as they're going to play a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate if you're Smoothie there, because not only did they have full control, they also had special advantage with 2 players with special at the ready, not able to take advantage of their special. We see Morsa here going to pop the Booyah Bomb to just keep themselves alive and force the rest of the members back, but as they're in that Booyah, their whole team manages to go down. Lost able to get the trade for her team there and the jump in as well, so now Smoothie in a fantastic position to push on forward. Boopy's going to be the first one taken down, though. Robert's going to pop that crab tank onto the tower, maybe just to get them a little bit extra safe points there. Able to get 1 for the team. Not really much happening there, and they're just going to have to back out. The crab's not really in the best position to do much once you're off that tower at that point there.
And now if you're Smoothie, you're going to try to play as safe as possible, right? Because there's only 30 seconds left for Tricky to make one last push. As long as you can stay alive, you can prevent this push from being able to happen without them trying to risk anything. But right now, there's another crab coming out. You can be able to jump back, just try to survive, hold on to their special for as long as possible, regroup for this final push, and try to play this defensive game. But unfortunately, you're going to notice that there's 1 person down from Smoothie. So now this is going to be a really big opportunity for Tricky to try to get this tower as far as possible. If I was Smoothie, I'm trying to build special right now and trying to make this one last ditch effort to try to prevent them from being able to make this go even further. That's 1 more splash on top of that. No one's nearby. They're sitting on tower. Managed to push up forward a little bit further, and they managed to take another tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, bringing it to a game 5.
Game 5. We need Sturgeon Shipyard in this. Pop Gun, step in and give us Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard, please.
Sturgeon. Okay.
I don't want no team to have the advantage here. No splat zones, no tower control. We need something else.
No way, dude. Okay, we got splat zones being picked. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god. If they can't ban Sturgeon Shipyard.
Tricky can ban Sturgeon
Shipyard. No, they can't. It's not right.
It is well within their right.
It's not
right. They can do
right.
it if they want to. It is their right to ban the map if they so want to.
If they do, the whole chat will be mad at them. If they can't do this.
They're banning against the people. They're banning against the will of the people if they don't ban it. And can you believe this, Walkie? They banned Sturgeon.
I hope they lose. They deserve to lose this match. That's it. We're going to grand finals. Smoothie wins 3-2. Great game. I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, Trikitrakatelas just wasn't able to really show themselves today. Unfortunate loss for them on Brinewater Springs. But that's how it goes. And we're going on to grand finals. Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. Run like 3 ads real quick. Well, this next Mac game was. No, I'm just kidding, guys. We gotta jump into this game 5 because it's on the way back. try to bring this back. If I was Tricky, I would have banned Sturgeon Shipyard. Are you kidding me?
No, no, you can't do that when you know chat wants it.
I'm trying to win, bro. This is me purely wanting to get into grand finals.
Hey, but listen, if they don't win this map, not only did they upset chat, they also lost. Like this, there's nothing worse than that at that point.
You have to win. You have to
win this game. Everything you've ever worked for.
If you go against the will of the people,
they're lucky they're a pickup because I would never want to see this team again if I'm the chat.
You go against the will of the people and you lose, you hang your head in shame.
Oh,
they have
man.
to win. They have to win at this point.
Yeah. We did see actually Smoothie play this map against the team that's waiting for us in winners finals. Nightmare, Splat Zones, Brine Water Springs, and once they were able to get control, they completely dominated that game. So let's see if they're able to do it here again. Obviously, they're facing a different comp coming at them from Trikitrakatelas. As we do see the E-Leader, Double Splash, and Sloshing Machine come out. On the other side, we're going to have the Double Splash, Junior, and Sloshing Machine. So, you know, mirror comps, except on one side you've got a really long shooting weapon, on the other side you've got a Junior.
You know, that changes the comp almost completely in matter of that, right? Because I feel like an E-Leader is super good on this map. Having that much range across pretty much anywhere you want to go. If you look at that eyeliner right now from that E-Leader, you can see how much range they're able to cover from such a safe spot. You're going to see some crabs coming in. You're going to see Smoothie going for the crab in terms of being a little bit aggressive. Tricky opting to go for the crab in a defensive state, and now they're trying to get the marks. Here we go. That's 2 picks for Smoothie, 1 pick for Tricky. That's going to be the opportunity for them to try to get anything going here. We got a 1v1. No one going down in the process. They both just try to survive. A 2v1. How are they living? They're just going back and forth, and they managed to get back into the fray.
And actually, while they were distracting that whole team, Trikitrakatelas, the rest of the members were able to pick up 2. Not able to pick up the zone, however, though, as they're still trying to pick off Don't Savor here. Boopy's going to come in, maybe actually able to get that one, and somehow Smoothie's still able to hold on to the zone, and honestly might be able to do it for even longer, as that crab take is not going to be able to paint over a Junior and a Splash-O-Matic. The E-Leader able to take down Lost right there, but they're still in a decent position. If Smoothie, actually, I guess the zone capped for a second there, and now it's going to be fully going over to Trikitrakatelas, as they don't have any penalty to work with, but actually 2 members are already down somehow off screen there, and Smoothie once again able to really hold on here, and that's just the power of those the 4 weapons that they have, really able to put up a lot of paint compared to them, as the Booyah is going to get blocked there, and we see a Booyah go right where it needs to go on the other end to cap the zone, but they're just not able to hold it at any point here.
Bro, literally, I want to know, type 1 if you've ever done that. If you just thrown a Booyah bomb into a wall when you want it to go past the wall. It's happened to us all. Don't even lie, guys. Come on. Never. Okay, get out of here, bro. Okay, we got Poopy coming in with the crab, trying to get a pick. That's going to be 1. And going to be able to hold on to this zone for a little bit longer, get rid of those penalty points. And now Smoothie has a pretty small lead, pretty great lead right now. If they can get some more picks on this, hold this zone for as long as possible, this could be the knockout they're looking for.
Yeah, and on the other side, it just really seems like they're not able to really match the paint that Smoothie's putting out there. Yeah, they capped the zone right now, able to get 2 picks right there, able to get the 3rd. Oh, that Fizzy Bomb actually is going to call out Don't Savor, force them to jump all the way back, and now Trikitrakatelas is in a good position. It's the first time they've been able to get a clear capture of the zone, and you know, no penalty points on the board, so if you're able to get 2 picks here, things could go in their favor really quickly. Booyah Bomb, though, is going to go onto the zone. The crab board is coming out. Boopy is not going to be able to do too much with their crab there, but being a Splash-O-Matic might be able to get this pick and the zone for their team rather quickly. 1 pick. Boopy elects to go into the 1v1 rather than paint the zone, and that might, you know, spell well for Trikitrakatelas, as they were able to force them back. That's a nice pick onto Lost as well, and Osti, things are looking pretty good if you're Trikitrakatelas here.
They're snowballing in favor of them. They take over the lead with the points, and there's no penalty points as well. They're throwing a last-ditch Booyah Bomb to try to reclaim that zone, and they managed to do it. Try to keep alive in this game. Even though they were at a deficit, all they need to do was take away the zone for a split second to make them 5 another fighting chance. Again, there's a minute 30. They can easily bring this back. All they gotta do is win some more fights here. Now you're noticing that Tricky's kind of in the back line, and it's all because they're able to add on to those penalty points. Nice trick shot coming out from the E-Leader. Gets it from Boopy from like a mile away, trying to cover as well as the zones. Unfortunate splat bombs, well placed, coming out from Smoothie. Couldn't get out of the way in time. Another Booyah Bomb going to force them out of position. Dies on the zone. It's going to be a lot of yellow, but managed to get a Crab Tank KO on top of that. Looking for the zone. They're trying to fight at those penalty points. Can't manage to paint enough. Unfortunately, they were going for it. Look at this. They managed to stop it.
They managed to stop it at the last second there. Don't Save are able to claim the zone right back, but now they've got to deal with that penalty once again here. We do have a special online. It is the Wave Breaker coming out on the side of Trikitrakatelas, and that's going to be able to at least claim a little bit of space for themselves, maybe able to let a couple members back in. The Booyah is going to come out. That should be able to cap the zone as well and reclaim that penalty. Things are looking pretty good if you Trikitrakatelas, and if they're able to get lost over here on that right side, they're able to jump out before getting taken down, but that's still time in favor of Trikitrakatelas as they're able to get Boopy on the other side of the map.
You know, Robert's going to pop up that little bit of a bubbler. Managed to go for a trade. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be in favor of Tricky right now. This is going to be really tough, right? Smoothie has to win this next battle. They have to reclaim that zone, and they have to hold zone because time is trickling down to 15 seconds left. Gets a pick. That's going to be huge for Lost. To be able to get that on Nikki, be able to try to push this as far as possible. Now it's up to them to try to just hold on to this zone. Paints a little bit, play the backliner as a roller, build up some meter, get those ink strikes ready.
Junior all the way up in their face, Robert.
Junior?
He's going all the way up, able to take down two right there, and actually gets the lead for them.
The junior frontliner?
You have two splashes and a sloshing machine on your team, and for some reason they're the ones all the way painting the zone, and you're all the way up in the face of Trikitrakatelas as the members of Smoothie are able to claim that one out for themselves right at the end, 3-2, and that's why we should have went to Sturgeon Shipyard, ladies and gentlemen.
A wise man once told me that there may be roles in this game, you know, like Anchor and Support and Slayer, but those are just what your weapons excel at. If you want to be good at Splatoon, you got to be able to do every single role out there with every weapon. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what we just saw there from Smoothie. Junior going up into the front line because they saw an opportunity to be able to swap spots because Lost was in the back playing the painting role instead, trying to build meter. Junior was the one that could go up there, pop a bubbler, and allow them to play a little bit more aggressive by having that additional defense to get those two picks. That's actually what's going to solidify their win and their trip over to the loser's side of Grand Finals. Another grudge match coming up in Grands facing off against the likes of Nightmare.
Yep, we saw a great set coming out from those two teams earlier. Smoothie now has a chance to redeem themselves up there in Grand Finals, but you know, gotta give Trikitrakatelas credit as well. They put up a good fight, very close set back and forth between these two teams. Unfortunately, wasn't able to take that last game just from some heroics coming out from Robert on the side of Smoothie, and unfortunate for them, going to be going home earlier than they wanted this week, but you know, always in another 2 weeks. Proving grounds does happen every other 2 weeks.
It's a bi-weekly tournament. That's absolutely right. Guys, before I know that was such an exhilarating and exciting set. Another 3-2 coming out from Smoothie. And I know you guys want to jump right into Grand Finals, but we're just going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Grand Finals. We're unmuted? Oh, hi guys, what's going on? Did you guys miss us? We got grand finals coming up. Proving Grounds number 4. My name's Osti. I'm joined here by Walkman, and we're going to be giving you guys yet another Smoothie versus Nightmare set. For those that missed it earlier, winners finals, we saw Nightmare take down Smoothie in pretty dominant fashion, I have to add. So now this is Smoothie's chance. They have the fire beneath their belts. They got the 3-2 victory by, like, literally the skin of their teeth, and managed to come in here hot off the presses to see what they can bring to the table. Walkie, what do you think about the set, man? You think Nightmare's going to take it again?
Nightmare, like you said, was the more dominant team for the majority of that set. A couple of the first 2 games were back and forth, but when it came down to it, Nightmare really put Smoothie on just on the back and forced them to not really even able to play their own game there. Just both teams coming at each other with full-on aggression, no backlines. And Nightmare came out on top in that head-to-head duel. So I think Smoothie, they're the more hot team. They just came off of a great set. They have to use some of that momentum here if they want to take down Nightmare.
Yeah, and you know what? I gotta know something really quick. Chat, I got you open real quick. I'm looking at chat currently. I need you guys to give me some answers here. Type 1 if you think Nightmare is gonna win. Type 2 if you think Smoothie's gonna win. Type 3 if you think it's gonna be Sturgeon Shipyard the whole way.
Oh, we're already starting off on Hagglefish.
Type 3 if you think it's going to be Sturgeon Shipyard the whole way after game number 1.
Yep. Flat zones on Hagglefish. We're already getting into it here. A map where obviously both teams have to be mindful of those flanks. Make sure they're able to keep teams from just going straight down the middle and pushing them back into their own little, court area and into their spawn. So let's see what both these teams, once again, yep, as we predicted, nobody really coming out with a backline. We've got shooters on both teams, sloshing machines on both teams, and we do have that new custom junior on one end and the new Tech splatter shot on the other. Tri-Strike versus that wave breaker that's already out and able to claim space for Nightmare.
Yeah, Tech being a very popular pick in the new meta, especially in solo queue. Just see this weapon can almost do it all, but oh my god, that's already a wipeout! Nightmare, hello?
I thought Nightmare was waiting for a long time. I guess they had some pent-up frustration that they needed to let out right there onto Smoothie, sending them all back to spawn. How can Smoothie respond here? We've already got Boopy trying to clear some space on this bottom right side here. Do have 2 members on the side of Nightmare under them, though, and that's actually going to be a pick taken down for Smoothie as a Nightmare is just pushed them so far back. Lost, able to pick up 1 pick. Got a little bit of a 2v1 situation, but they weren't in a good position to really help each other, and Storm's able to take full advantage of that. Are they able to get the 3rd? They are. That's going to be a trade, and basically almost a full wipe here. The crab tick, I don't think, is going to be able to paint over the members on the side of Nightmare here, and this can be the game really quickly if they're not able to at least stall this zone out, but the special's coming in, and honestly, I think this is over.
This is looking pretty much done. No, it's looking like a yellow. Literally, all that was at the end was Nightmare just trading, but taking really, really good trades. Like, I'm talking Storm taking out 3 of their guys until they finally drop. Like, those are the type of trades we take. These aren't GameStop trades, you feel me? These are actual, like, Facebook message marks, where you actually go to a store, you rip some guy off, you ask for half the price, and as those are the KOs. And look at those stances, bro. Those are stances of either kings or cringe lords, and right now they're looking like kings.
Yep. Looking like kings as they take game number 1 in dominant fashion. Usually when you see a team waiting in grand finals for a little bit, they're a little slow to start getting themselves back into it. But Nightmare showed none of that as they were able to take them down, in a blink of an eye right there. Not really any question to how dominant they were in that one. Smoothie not really able to make anything happen. Interested to see what they want to go with here. If we don't get Sturgeon, I think Smoothie is going to be yelled at by the chat at this point.
I mean, at this point, you just got to go for the matter.
Or maybe we just keep going Hagglefish.
We got that new thing going on right now.
We saw Hagglefish tower control earlier, so it's definitely in the map.
Nah. We're going over to Mako Mart, the classic. And honestly, when no one's playing a backliner weapon like Charger or like a Splatling, like Mako Mart is such an easy pick to be able to. That's also going to benefit either side.
Yeah, we saw this in the last set. I think Nightmare won it, did they not?
Well,
because Smoothie only won 1 game, and that was Brine Water on Splat Zones. So I believe Nightmare won the other game when we went here onto Splat Zones Mako Mart. And Both teams coming out with their usual comps. Nothing really to say about them here. We are going to be switching out on the side of
Roller.
Smoothie to the roller for the 10 attack. Yeah, the colors were mixed up for a second. I was just making sure I got the teams right. But now they're all correct here. Lost on that roller. She's been pretty dominant with it for the most part, able to create a lot of space for their team, get the picks when needed.
Oh,
Is she
man, we are
gonna be able to-
fighting.
No. Nico Chico ends that one quickly. Another wipeout. This game might be over quickly once again.
No way Nightmare gets a second knockout uncontested. Absolutely no way this happens twice.
I don't know. Joe and members of Nightmare in great position right here. Almost got that whale at the ready. I believe a crab tank went off somewhere. Yep, it is Boopy on that crab tank. Might be able to get a pick. Nice use of both triggers there. Both the turret gunfire and the that little bomb fire to get themselves that pick and claim the zone for Smoothie. Not going to be shut out this time, as now they're in pretty dominant control. Two specials though at the ready on the side of a Nightmare here. It is that Booyah Bomb and the Will. Might be able to make something happen. Both those specials are going to be coming out. Gets the takedown is Joe, but actually the trade happens somehow right there, and that's pretty good if you're Smoothie. Get a trade away from the zone, but Nightmare going to be able to claim it right back as we see a crab tank coming out once again. A Booyah Bomb at the ready as well, and Smoothie's looking pretty good here if they're able to just pick up 1 or 2 more picks.
Yeah, they can't find it right there at the second. There's still kind of an contested zones until finally Smoothie managed to finally pick it. So I'm all going in the back line. All of Nightmare is scattered and burned. Now they have to try to regroup to reclaim the zone. Probably Smoothie going to be able to take this lead. There's no way they can be able to take it before they reach 64 points. So now it's all about how they can manage to take back the zone and how long they can hold it for. That's going to be 1 pick down, trades on both sides.
It's their names in between every match?
Yeah, literally.
I believe this is Don't Save Her. All right, so Don't Save Her coming out as Cac Attack this time. I believe their name is Cac, like actually Cactus is their real tag. So at least this one's closer. So the Slushing Machine is coming out, trying to maybe get able to get a flank. Actually, the members didn't spot him out for a bit. Able to at least take one down with them before going down here. Boopy Crab Tank on that stack oops we've seen throughout this game so far. Might be able to get the pick if they were just threw a burst bomb in that direction, but no. Storm actually is going to just elect to back off and maybe help out a teammate who goes down here. Storm now in a pretty bad position, gets taken down. Boopy now once again on the stack, almost has the crab at the ready, and you have to imagine once they get it, they're going to be popping it from this position once again.
Yeah, Boopy just bob and weave and continue to get all these splats, try to survive, and then even pops crab there at the very end. Dude, they're trying to take back that zone again. Nightmare, no penalty points on the boat. Doesn't matter how much you're going to be able to survive. Unfortunately, they're going to lose that zone, and Nightmare takes the lead ever so slightly.
Yep, Nightmare's taking that lead back in their favor. Gonna have a couple special readies here soon in that Booyah Bomb and Wave Breaker. Trizuka should be coming out relatively soon for loss, but actually she's gonna get taken down by Joe. Joe in a 1v2 situation gets taken down by Kagatak and Boopy, and actually all members of Smoothie are grouped up here, not gonna be able to take the zone. So Joe was not able to get the picks, but at least stalled them long enough and kept the fight away from that zone, able to get their team the lead. Nightmare gonna be taking it 2-1. A little bit more fight from Smoothie in that one, but still the same result in Nightmare taking a second game.
Dude, the second they got that pick on Lost, like it just snowballed because it was a 4v3, but it didn't matter because they had all the specials in their favor. They were using Booyah Bombs, the Ink Strikes to just like form a wall that prevents them from being able to go towards the zone. All three of them were in the same spot, so they all had to back up together. And while they're backing up to try to regroup, that timer is ticking down to 0 until it finally knocked out. Even if they got picks at that point, they were not going to be able to get to the zone in time afterwards. So that was kind of like the checkmate moment.
Yeah, one that you mentioned it. Lost just got taken down at the wrong time. That could have gone either way. Obviously, Joe was in range of that carbon roller when we saw her get taken down, so she definitely had a chance in that 1v1. But Joe's just got out on top, as we've seen Joe do time and time again in these sets, just able to get that crucial 1v1 going in his favor for the team and able to secure the victory for them as well. We've got the counter pick going to Smoothie. It is going to be Clam Blitz, something we haven't seen.
Clam Blitz. I'm a big fan of Clam Blitz. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm glad we're finally going there for game number 3. Now your team Smoothie, your back's up against the wall. You got to win 3 games in a row just to stay alive, because all that's going to do is reset the bracket. not only have to win 3 games in a row, you then have to win an additional 3 games on top of that. Not necessarily in a row that time around, but that's still a very, very tall order against Nightmare, who's been playing very dominant so far.
Yeah, dominant not only in the splat zones, but we saw in their previous set against Smoothie was pretty strong on tower control as well. So they'll have options if it goes down to them having to counter pick here. But like we mentioned, we are going to be going into Clam Blitz. New for both of these teams, and I like the counter pick coming out from Smoothie. You know, it's a mode that we haven't seen either team play in yet. So maybe they have the advantage over Nightmare here in strategies. Museum and Scorch Gorge are going to be the 2 banned maps coming out from Nightmare. So curious to see what Smoothie wants to go with here.
And out of all of the game modes that are out there, I want to say that Clam Blitz is probably the most complex if it's like your first time watching, because everything is pretty easy to understand what's happening. Like, oh, you're moving the tower. Oh, you're moving the Rainmaker. Oh, you're covering the zone. Clam Blitz, what the heck is happening? So I'm going to just break it down really quick here for the people that are new to the game. Clam Blitz is very simple. You want to collect 8 clams. When you collect 8 of those, it turns into a power clam, and then you can break the enemy's hoop. You cannot break the enemy's hoop without that power clam, and once you break it, then you can start scoring more points afterwards. That's pretty much the gist of what you need to know, but it's going to be kind of like chaos, because not all 4 players are going to be kind of spreading around. It almost feels like a little bit like Turf War, a little bit, where you're going to kind of be all over the map instead of just going towards one single objective until a power clam is formed.
Yeah, and I mean, you broke down the mode right there. So let's talk about Eeltail Alley, the map that we're going to be seeing as, you know, both of these teams did fight on this one earlier where we saw, you know, that back and forth between the 2, Nightmare edging it out on tower control here. But Clam Blitz is a very different game. Like you mentioned, no central objective. You kind of have to fight for ground all over in different areas. And let's see if that plays into Smoothie's advantage, as, you know, they're likely to bring out those weapons that have gotten them this far, that Splash-O-Matics, probably 2 of them, might be able to create a lot of space for themselves and really open things up to get in a good push.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we're going over to Eeltail Alley, by the way, because, you know, this is the map that's pretty controversial for a lot of players just because backliners are so good on this map, especially on different game modes. But in something like Clam Blitz, where there's no center objective, you know, it's kind of a little bit more wiggle room to be able to kind of move around because people are going to be kind of focused on trying to collect clams. It's still very dominant if you do have an E-leader or any charger in general, or even like a Splatling. But as we've seen from these teams, they've played on Eeltail Alley in the previous set winners finals, and no one went like a dominant backliner weapon. So maybe that's not a fear that's going to be coming in from Smoothie's team, because they're the ones that picking this map, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them. It's been all shooters. It's still been all sloshing machines. A little bit of roller mixed in every now and then. So I don't expect too much different from these teams at this point. Yeah, Smoothie's down 0-2, but that last game was relatively close. It went down to maybe just a 1v1 going in the direction of Nightmare rather than Smoothie. So I think if you're Smoothie, don't sweat it too much. You definitely have a chance to come back into this one, and all it really takes is a nice strong opening. And both of those last 2 games, they didn't have the strong openings. They just got wiped right at the beginning. That's something that they need to change up going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of mode, right? Both of them were splat zones. So now with this type of opening, there's no reason to charge head first into fights or into battles. So I doubt a wipeout's going to happen on a game like Clam Blitz.
We've got a midline weapon. We've got a squeezer coming out from Don't Save Her, and things are, did Don't Save Her change their name again?
Hey, you know,
or was that a different player?
It might be a different, to be honest, it might be a different player. They do have 6 players in their lineup, so.
Okay. All right, so things once again going in favor of Nightmare at the start, though. Lost, she's going to be able to pick up a nice kill with that carbon roller onto the Splash-O-Matic on the other end. Might be able to help their teammate into a 2v1 right there. Is going to get that going, and that actually opens things up. Much better start for them. Yeah, 2 went down right at the start, but Boopy and Lost were able to really stick together and claim the couple picks as a team there. And now Nico Chico's in a bad position, gets taken down right there. And there goes the opening push going in Smoothie. That's exactly what they needed to start this game, and they're not letting up as members of Nightmare continue to go down.
That easy layup is going to score them so many points. That's already half of the clams entered it, and they're still going it. Every single time they put in a clam, it's going to keep resetting that counter. You saw Lost looking a little bit lost there in the enemy lines, but that's okay because Smoothie's going to continue to score even further, and now it's going to be quite the dominant lead for them.
Yep, right now, Smoothie looking really strong here. Nightmare, though, does have good position to start up if they're going to have a quick push here. They don't really have too many clams at the ready. You see Storm toss a couple to a teammate, and now they do build a power clam. Plus, they do have that pity clam in the back that someone might be able to jump in with later if needed. They just need the picks to open them up. They get one pick onto Lost right there. The crab should be going down soon as well. They might want to go in after that. But Haya is going to be able to take down one. Storm able to pick that up right now and also picks up the clam for their team. So able to get a pick, able to pick up the clam, make sure that keeps that alive. But because they had to turn back, that really allowed Smoothie to get back into mid with that crab, reclaim a lot of ground for themselves. And now Smoothie in the advantageous position once again.
Yeah, Boopy popping that crab at the right time, preventing any sort of push. Nice reversal coming out, getting that pick on Storm, still saying survive, going for the high ground, gets a wipeout in the process, stops any sort of push that Nightmare was going. They picked up the power clam, they used the pity game, and there's another score in favor of Smoothie. Already scoring past the penalty points, throws in some more clams on top of that. 3 points a clam. Look at how close
they
are.
only need 5 clams. 5 clams will get this lead. They need 2 more clams. Probably not going to be able to get it. There aren't really any clams. Actually, Haya has them. Haya has them ready with the wipe. That's the game. And Smoothie is going to be able to take game number 3 and put themselves on the board here. And that's the beginning of the reverse sweep. You got to believe that Nightmare's not going to go back to Clamblitz after a nice showing from Smoothie right there.
Brother, that was a knockout with 100-0. Yes, it wasn't one push, but with only 2 pushes and 100-0, that was a very dominant game for Smoothie. And that's the type of stuff I want to see from these counter picks. Everyone's like wanting to go splat zones. Everyone wants to go to tower control. Bro, go for these maps that maybe the enemy team doesn't really know what they're doing on, or something that you're really strong on. But now, unfortunately, Smoothie has exhausted all of their counter picks for this set. All of the counter pick advantage is now in favor of Nightmare. They're going to be able to pick this next map, and even if they lose game number 4, they can then pick the 5th map on top of that. And if I'm Nightmare, I'm definitely eyeing those splat zones, because that's where they're dominant. Both times on splat zones, whether it was Hagglefish or Mako Mart, it was a dominant opening. It was just complete wipeout at the very start, and if history repeats itself, it's probably going to happen again.
Yeah, I can't believe they would go anywhere but splat zones. And actually, I believe it's going to be tower control, which is we saw them win in their previous set against Smoothie on tower control, but it was a little bit of a closer match, them just edging it out 4-5 in their favor. And it was actually on EOTL, the map they just got dominated on in Clamblitz. So interested to see what they want to go with here. Tower control, I think, favors them in that, you know, it's a mode where things can snowball really quickly with their aggressive comp. They could really put Smoothie, force them back into their spawn and, you know, not able to really get back in. Sturgeon and Hagglefish are banned, so we're not going to be seeing Sturgeon in this. They're not going to be seeing Sturgeon in this set, unfortunately.
Sturgeon?
I feel like that's just not right at this point. We're going to be going to Inkblot Art Academy.
Okay, you know what? That's my favorite map, so.
I think that's a good pick coming out from them. You knowing that the enemy team doesn't have an E-leader at the ready or anything really, you know, to hold that back line together. So if you're able to just get those 1 or 2 picks, getting onto the enemy plat should be pretty free.
Yeah, it's all about trying to get those pushes at the beginning. Also, what's interesting about Inkblot Art Academy is you get in that middle of the map, you know, that giant little tower in the beginning that gives you a pretty good vantage point. So even when you're pushing the tower, someone can kind of chill on the back line and shoot from afar based on what's going on. Now we're going to load here into game number 4. Blue team versus orange. You got Nightmare on blue, Smoothie on orange. Nightmare 1 game a win from taking home this entire tournament. This might be the game they do it on.
Yep, we do see them bringing out a splatter shot this time. I think that's the first time we've seen Nightmare bring out a splatter shot this set. It's mostly been 52 gals and splashes. We already see 2 go down on both teams as well. Storm and Don't Save Her in a 1v1. Boopy wins the 1v1 against Nico Chico, able to pick up another as well. Are they able to win against Storm though? Storm takes him down, but members of Smoothie are going to be able to back them up. Haya comes in nice and quickly to push them that tower forward and also push a member back into the hands of their teammate right there. And things are just going back and forth. Everybody's just going down here.
Yeah, Smoothie may have gotten that initial push, but it was only 20 points, and it's already going back to center. I mean, we're seeing them continue to kind of just brute force this tower push, especially past this first checkpoint. They can manage to break this. This will be a really good spot for them. Boopy's going to prevent anyone from even trying to contest it with this crab. 1 point away. Unfortunately, they could not break that checkpoint. It was 1 point away.
Yeah, 1 point is going to be their demise right there as a full wipeout comes in once again for Nightmare here as things are looking pretty good. Already got Joe up on this position. They got another player on that bottom plat area right there. This should be the checkpoint relatively easily. And that's the two differences between the pushes. On one side, Nightmare was able to get up onto the plat quickly and free up that tower. Nobody was able to get for it. And on the other side, Smoothie wasn't. And now that's why we're already at the second checkpoint, probably going to be taken down here as things are not looking good for Smoothie and it could escalate rather quickly here.
That was on like the way they were just surviving. Joe was just hanging in there for as long as possible. They've already broken 2 checkpoints. Nightmare on the verge being able to finish this off, but unfortunately, Smoothie's going to be able to reset that. Get up a little bit of stage control with this map colorage. You're going to notice that Blue's trying to go in there. You see Storm kind of poking, weaving back. Same thing with Joe. They're both kind of playing that Slayer role. Nico's going to go back in the back line because they heard that little pop of that special, right? You hear that sound effect coming out. You know you got to back out of there. There's a crab battle coming out. Nico swerving around them using the wall to their advantage. Still somehow being able to survive against a crab like that is going to be very impressive. Managed to get a pick on top of it, and now they're going to get back into the fray, try to get some more shots in there, and that's going to be a lot of painting coming out. They're just going to try to clean up shop.
Yeah, an impressive play from Nico right there to keep himself alive. Able to get a pick onto Haya right there. Teammates clean up the rest of the team. It's only Boopy in mid. They're around the tower. They might actually get picked out rather quickly, and they're just going to force themselves to jump back out. Nightmare once again has full control of mid, control of the tower as well, and they're looking to push up onto. Look at it once again. As soon as they get the tower, Joe doesn't even hesitate. He's just up on that plat, able to make plays for the team. Yeah, he goes down, but is able to get a trade. And if the rest of their team is able to pick them up as well, they might be able to push this tower for a little bit longer, or at least just stall out the clock as long as you can, and make sure that Smoothie isn't able to get a push going the other way.
Yeah, I mean, stalling at the clock at this point might not be like the most ideal situation, but you got to take what you can get at that point, right? Because there's still 2 minutes left. There's at least 2 or 3 more pushes on the table for Smoothie to try to like bring this back. So Nightmare's going to have to play a little bit more aggressive here. They got the Ink Zukas coming their way. Got to be on the lookout for that. Going to put up a wall. Gets a free pick here on Lost because of that battle here coming out from Joe. There's another crab for them. Going to try to go back in there. Has a killer whale ready to rock. Throws it out there. Just going to force people to displace. Gets a pick on Boopy. And now you're seeing Nightmare get in there. Go in the back line. And now it's their time to get some paint shop. Gets a 2v1. Another. They're just doing a good job of just assisting each other. Look at this. They recognize that Lost is back in the back line. Gets another pick on them. Storm playing out of their mind. Gets back on the tower. They were doing such a good job of just getting pick after pick after pick that they kind of forgot about the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Storm, I think, Storm just absolutely going crazy right here. Try Zuka shots, able to create a lot of space for the team. And I think Storm did everything perfectly in that last one. Teammate on the tower went down. Sometimes that happens. Storm had to go back for himself, but able to at least go right back in and pick up where they started. Boopy, though, is going to be taking one down. Might be able to get the pick onto Miner as well, but they've already pushed down to 15 here, as actually Miner actually came out on top of that 1v1, able to throw up the Booyah Bomb and just stall out even longer. And things are not looking good as they only have 40 seconds on the other side, and they still need to get past that second checkpoint to even have a chance here, as the Inkzuka is going to come out and actually pick up a pick. That's the start right there, Austin.
That could be a good start for them, right? Because you saw Smoothie. The thing is, what's good on their side is that Nightmare wasn't able to break the third checkpoint. So if they can manage to get a really good win right now, a really good fight, a really good scramble, maybe get a wipeout, that could be really huge for them. It's all about this. This is going to be really important to manage to get. Unfortunately, it was a trade. It is 2v2. Currently, Joe hanging in there in the back line, waiting for a pick, looking for a shark opportunity. Gets it on Lost. That might be the last of it, dude. This crab is his last warning. His last time to be able to try to hang in there. Instead, Joe's going to go for a look around. Gets a pick on Hyatt. Gets another pick. Another one. They're going to be able to just stall out this. Gets it on Lost, trying to jump in there. Wipe out, and that's the tournament. Nightmare going to take down Proving Grounds number 4 in dominant fashion. 3-1.
Yeah, great showing from Nightmare right there. And the thing that I think caught my eye the most from that set was just how quick each and every member of Nightmare was able to just respond to, you could tell from their team's callouts, as soon as somebody was in the back line or a teammate was in a 1v1 situation, somebody on their team would just come over to help and make sure that things didn't get out of hand quickly. And most of the time it worked out for them. Great play from Nightmare from top to bottom. Nico, Chico, Joe, Miner, Storm, the whole lot. We were saying their name at some point because they were all doing amazing things.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the name of the game, right? Like, yes, there are always going to be those power players on teams that manage to get in there and get some big picks. I definitely noticed that from Nico and Storm, but at the end of the day, it's all a group effort. It's all about the unsung heroes that are able to, like, maybe paint a little while it allows the frontliners to be able to escape. Maybe it's about the backliner just trying to, like, give them more ink to be able to do whatever they need to do and just be able to get those specials ready to rock. But they're the ones to be able to take this tournament. Got 2 set wins against Smoothie, dominating their wins against them, and they're looking very pretty for tournaments coming up here in the future. So many great Splatoon action coming up in the future, guys. I can't even begin to explain how it is still only 2022. This game is still brand new. We're only 3 months into this game's life, maybe 4 now, and we still got a lot more metas coming here into the future. But congratulations again to Nightmare. You know what? A year from now, we might see less crabs. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe they invent a new special. Ooh, imagine that.
Yeah. Well, like you said, great play coming out from Nightmare. Also, shout out to Smoothie. They put up a great fight, able to get themselves back into, grand finals and just put themselves back in a position right there. When you make, consistent efforts like that, put yourselves in those, those tough sets between teams, that's when it really pays off for you. And eventually you're going to be the one who, wins the entire tournament, as we just saw Nightmare do. 2 weeks ago, they lost in grand finals against Cherry Limeade. Now they come back and win the tournament that they lost. So I see great things happening for Smoothie as well. Great play from both teams tonight.
Yeah. And guys, we have future tournaments coming up. We do have the Splatoon Worlds Championship coming up at 6 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time zone. These are teams you guys are
we gotta go to bed right now if you want to watch.
Or just stay up like a degenerate. Whatever you want to do. It's all about how your brain wants to do and be able to watch some intense Splatoon action. Because if you guys like what you watched just now, you're in for a world of great excitement if you end up staying up or waking up early for this tournament. We also got Stormbreak coming up on Saturday and Sunday right afterwards. So it is major after major after major going on out here this weekend. This is the weekend of Splatoon to send off the holidays with a blast.
Yeah, no, great weekend of Splatoon. Might be the best one we've had in a while. Event after event. Obviously, Proving Grounds, great tournament here tonight. We've got 2 more great ones for the weekend. I believe Stormbreak has over 80 teams, so great turnout right there. And we've got some top ones. We've got Starburst playing in that one. We've got Sayonara, I believe, in some fashion. I don't know if they've signed up as Sayonara or another name, but I believe I saw those players. We got Kyo playing with a Japanese pickup. So we've got great teams coming out in Stormbreak. And yeah, it's been a great day for Splatoon, great night, and plenty more to come. I've been Walkman. You can find me on Twitter at Walkman_04. And Austin, why don't you tell us where we can find you?
You can follow me right there at Aussie La Vista on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, MySpace, DeviantArt, anything you want to find me on, I'm going to be there.
All those Twitter the variants that are coming out now. Mastodon, Hive, all of them.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No, but guys, seriously, I want to give some shout outs to some people out here. Thank you so much to Popgun for inviting me to be on here. This is my first Proving Grounds, and I had a blast. Thank you so much to Elemental for putting on a hell of a stream, making sure we get those really crisp matches and make sure everything's running smooth as butter. Thanks to Walkman for carrying me here on the cast. It's always a pleasure working with you, man. And guys,
great.
That's gonna be it for us, though. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to Proving Grounds, and we'll catch you guys next time.